Chapter 356. Qin Haodong said with a smile, "Don't forget what my nickname is. If I can't even feel the slippery pulse of pregnancy, how can I be called medical sage in the future? Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant." Che Xiaoxiao was excited at first, and then she said with worry, "No, I still think you're lying to me. It's only 10 days before I'm with Deshang. How can it be so fast? Did you see me vomiting just now, so you lied to me that I'm pregnant, didn't you?" Qin Haodong said helplessly, "I didn't lie to you. It's true. The reason why you have such a strong reaction is that you have a special constitution and are very sensitive. Secondly, because your mood has changed too much these days, it has intensified the pregnancy reaction. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital to do a pregnancy test, and you'll know the results soon." Seeing that Qin Haodong was very serious, Che Xiaoxiao asked again, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Qin Haodong nodded and said again, "No, you're really pregnant." "Great, I'm pregnant. I have Deshang's child." Overwhelmed with emotion, Che Xiaoxiao held her lower abdomen with her hands and began to cry. Qin Haodong said, "You're pregnant now. You can't be too emotional, or you'll hurt the fetus." "Well, I got it." Che Xiaoxiao took Lin Momo's hand and said, "Momo, I also have a child. I'm going to be a mother. If it's a boy, he must be as handsome as Deshang. If it's a girl, she must be as beautiful as Tang Tang." While speaking, her eyes were full of spirit. This was the power of motherhood. The child in her belly gave her the courage to live again. Lin Momo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, your child must be very beautiful." After the excitement, Che Xiaoxiao slowly calmed down. She opened the drawer, took out a bank card and handed it to Qin Haodong. "I know Deshang made a mistake and brought a lot of harm to those patients. There are 2 million in this card, which I've saved over the years as a manager in dreamy Jiangnan. Take it to compensate those people. It's my atonement for Deshang." Lin Momo quickly said, "Xiao, how can you do that? You have to keep the money for yourself. You have to raise your children in the future." Qin Haodong said, "Yes, Xiao, there's something I haven't told you yet. I spent 300 million yuan to buy the Wuxia Hall of Medical Fame. This 300 million yuan will be used to compensate those patients, so you don't have to pay for it yourself." However, Che Xiaoxiao insisted, "Even so, we still have to add this money to compensate those people. Consider it my atonement for Deshang and doing good deeds for our children." Looking at her persistent eyes, Qin Haodong had no choice but to take the card. Lin Momo said, "But Xiao, if you spend all the money, what about you and your child? It doesn't matter. Would I be afraid of starving if I were to follow you two tycoons?" At this time, Che Xiaoxiao seemed to have returned to her usual sunny and generous personality. She said with a smile, "Besides, I have my own hands. I can work for you to earn money. Raising a child is not a problem. All right then, if you have any difficulties, just tell us." Lin Momo said again, "Xiao, Haodong and I want to buy the Hall of Medical Fame. Do you mind? If you do, we'll cancel the plan." Her eyes were extremely sincere. It could be seen that she cared about the affection between her and Che Xiaoxiao very much. Che Xiaoxiao said, "I don't mind. This is a good thing. I hope to deal with this matter as soon as possible. It can also be considered as atonement for Deshang." Lin Momo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I can't manage such a big company by myself. If it's convenient for you, come and help me. You're more familiar with the situation of the Hall of Medical Fame than me." Che Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go to work for you tomorrow. I don't want a salary, as long as you take care of our meals." Lin Momo said, "How can you do that? If you help me, your salary will be double that of dreamy Jiangnan. Suit yourself." Che Xiaoxiao said, "There's one thing I want to tell you too. Don't tell anyone that I'm pregnant with Deshang's child. Why? Lin Momo asked in surprise. Because I don't want the Wang family to know that this child is my only family and my motivation to live. I don't want them to take him away. Oh. We know. We'll definitely keep it a secret for you. Qin Haodong then thought of another question and said, who's the father of the child? How will you explain it to others? It's my own belly. I can give birth to whoever I want. Why do I have to explain it to others? Che Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile, if someone asks, I'll say it's yours. Anyway, you have so many women. You don't need me. Qin Haodong was speechless. What was this all about? Did he have the potential to be a cheap father? However, it could also be seen that Che Xiaoxiao had indeed walked out of the shadow of Wang Deshang. There was no need to worry about her safety anymore. In the next 2 days, Che Xiaoxiao walked out of the shadow, and Lin Momo had another assistant. Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company successfully completed the acquisition of the Wuxia Hall of Medical Fame. The traditional Chinese medicine factory of the Hall of Medical Fame also became a subsidiary of theirs, and began the quantitative production of the Great Liver Protecting Pill. When things were almost done, Qin Haodong and Lin Momo gave themselves a day off. The family of 3 went out to relax. Tang Tang was naturally the happiest. The little fellow was like a bird out of the cage. She had a great time. Lin Momo also felt a sense of freedom. She had been busy with the company's affairs over the years and rarely went out to play. Today, she rode the wooden horse and the Ferris wheel with the little fellow, which could be regarded as a kind of relaxation from the inside out. Near dusk, the little fellow said, Papa, I'm hungry. It doesn't matter if you're hungry. Let's go eat something delicious. As Qin Haodong spoke, a fragrance floated in front of them. It happened to be a snack street, so the family of 3 walked in. It was simply a paradise for food. There were all kinds of snacks, such as meatballs, kebabs, fried rice cakes, and fried squid. They all exuded a mouth-watering fragrance. The family of 3 happily wandered in front of various snack stalls. Haodong, try this. It's crispy and crispy. Lin Momo handed a fragrant pastry to Qin Haodong. No, I can't eat anymore. You eat it. I can't eat it either. The little fellow patted her round belly and said, I want to eat it, but I'm too full to eat. Looking at her cute appearance, Qin Haodong and Lin Momo both laughed, and the little fellow also giggled. Take it first. We'll eat it later. Lin Momo carried the fragrant pastry and the family of 3 walked out of the snack street. As soon as they reached the street, the little fellow suddenly pointed to the front and said, Mama, look at that poor child. Qin Haodong and Lin Momo looked in the direction of her finger and saw a woman sitting on the street with a child in her arms. The woman looked about 30 years old. She was dressed in ordinary clothes. Although she was beautiful, she looked very simple without makeup. She was kneeling on the ground with a sad face. In her arms was a little boy about 1 or 2 years old. He looked sallow and very thin. His eyes were closed. It seemed that he was asleep. There was a piece of paper in front of the woman. It said that because the child had congenital heart disease, he needed to have an operation, but his family was poor and could not afford the operation. She hoped that a kind person could help to collect the money for the operation. Begging had gradually become a profession in Wuxia. Beggars used to be called beggars. When they begged, they only needed to give something to eat. But now it had completely changed. They only needed money, not food at all. And these people were best at pretending to be pitiful and winning people's sympathy. For example, the woman in front of them was kneeling on the ground with a sick child. Just a glance was enough to make people feel pity for them. Mama, I'll help that child. Seeing the poor child, the little fellow suddenly became full of love. She took the fragrant pastry from Lin Momo's hand and ran to the woman. She said, "Auntie, this is fragrant pastry. It's delicious. Give it to the little brother." Seeing the fragrant pastry in the little fellow's hand, the woman's eyes flashed with imperceptible annoyance. Then she put on a grateful expression and said, "Thank you, child. He is still young and can't eat this kind of thing. He needs money for the operation now." Oh. The little fellow turned back, ran to Lin Momo and said, "Mama, the little brother is so pitiful. I want to give him money for the treatment." Seeing the little boy, Lin Momo also began to show maternal love. She also supported her daughter to give love. She took out her wallet and said, "How much do you think you should donate to the little brother?" The little fellow looked at the money in the wallet. There were about 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. She directly took it out and put it all in the small basin in front of the woman. Lin Momo put away the wallet and said, "Haodong, you see how kind our daughter is." Qin Haodong smiled bitterly. He was not like Lin Momo, who grew up in a honeypot since childhood and became a high and mighty female president after adulthood. He was very clear about the twists and turns of these folk beggars. It was obvious that they were cheating money. However, in order not to hurt the loving mother and daughter, he did not say anything. It was only a few thousand yuan, so he thought it was a donation. There were only some coins in the begging basin in front of the woman. The little fellow threw a lot of money in it and it became extremely dazzling, attracting the attention of countless people. "Thank you, little friend. Thank you so much." The woman was shocked at first, and then there was a flash of ecstasy in her eyes. Recently, it had become more and more difficult for them to do this business. Through online publicity and media publicity, people were not as gullible as before. Even if some people would still donate money to them, it was usually 10 or 8 yuan. Those who could donate 100 yuan could be regarded as rich. It had been many years since he had seen someone throw away a few thousand yuan like the little fellow. After reading the paper in front of the woman, Lin Momo came over and said, "Sister, if you believe me, my boyfriend's medical skills are very good. He can cure your child's illness. There is no need for surgery at all. No. No need. I can get the surgery fee right away. There is no need to bother you." The woman put on a grateful expression and said, "You kind mother and daughter have helped us so much. You will be rewarded for your kindness in the future." Lin Momo said, "Sister, I really want to help you. There must be risks in the surgery for such a young child. My boyfriend's medical skills are really good. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner. He can help your child in other ways." The woman refused again and said, "No, really. My son has congenital heart disease. Chinese medicine can't cure him." The little fellow said, "Auntie, my papa is really good. He can cure any disease. Let him see your little brother." Chapter 357. The mother and the daughter talked with sincerity, which made the onlookers shake their heads. They thought it was okay that the child was not sensible, but why couldn't her mother see that the woman in front of her was a big liar? She was beautiful and elegant, but she was so gullible. The woman's face became more and more ugly. She put away her hypocritical smile and said with a sullen face, "No need. I'll have the operation when I have enough money. I don't need to see a Chinese medicine practitioner at all." She began to feel dissatisfied. Although Lin Momo and the little fellow had given her a lot of money, there were more and more onlookers now. Many people were pointing at her and saying she was a liar. How could she do business? These two women were so annoying. Why didn't they get out? Lin Momo didn't know what she was thinking. She still sincerely persuaded, "Sister, are you not willing to accept others' favors? I tell you, everything is for the child. The child's condition is the most important." At this time, an aunt next to her couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but say, "Daughter, I live nearby. I see her begging with the child every day. In fact, she is a liar. She has been here for almost 4 or 5 months. A liar? Lin Momo couldn't believe her ears. Although she was a mother of a child, she was the princess of the Lin family and the president of the group. She was completely ignorant about the life of the bottom of society. As a mother, she couldn't imagine anyone begging with their child. Impossible. They are so poor. How could they be a liar? Lin Momo shook her head and said, everyone has dignity. Who doesn't care about face? If she hadn't been driven into a corner, how could she have knelt down and begged in the street? I guess she must have been forced to do so. She was defending the woman, but who knew that she would inadvertently stab the woman in the heart? Who are you calling shameless? The woman raised her hand and pointed at Lin Momo's nose. Leave as soon as you give me the money. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Does it have anything to do with you whether I have dignity or not? Does it have anything to do with you whether I am shameless or not? Is it your business? Lin Momo was stunned. She didn't expect this woman to change her attitude so quickly. She tried to explain, sister, I didn't mean that. I didn't say you were shameless. Unexpectedly, the woman still shouted, what's so great about being rich? Don't talk endlessly here. Do you care whether I treat my child or not? Quickly take the little girl and get out of here. Don't pretend to be a good person here and hinder this old lady's business. Lin Momo was stunned on the spot. The woman's reaction had completely exceeded her worldview and made her at a loss for a moment. The little fellow took Lin Momo's hand and asked aggrievedly, Mommy, why is Auntie angry? Did I do something wrong? Looking at the wronged woman and daughter, Qin Haodong felt distressed. They were too kind and underestimated the sinister nature of human nature. He stepped forward, took the little fellow's hand and said, Tang Tang, you did the right thing. We should be compassionate, but we must distinguish between the good and the bad. We should be compassionate to the good, but we should never be polite to the bad. For example, the woman in front of us is a bad person. The woman did not hear what Qin Haodong had said. She shouted beside him, I say, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take them away. She is very beautiful, but why is her IQ so low? You said that my woman has a low IQ and is stupid and rich, right? If it weren't for people like her, social garbage like you would have starved to death. Qin Haodong stood up, looked at the woman coldly and said, it's people like you who consume everyone's love and make people lose trust. It's really shameless. Toy boy, who are you calling shameless? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman had completely put away her pitiful and simple appearance just now, like a female yiksha. Qin Haodong glanced at her disdainfully and said, since you have failed to live up to my daughter's kindness, take our money back. You don't deserve her love. Are you kidding me? I'll give it back if you say so. What do you think I am? Speaking of this, she no longer knelt and held the child. She directly stood up from the ground, put one hand on her waist and said, do you want to pick a fight? Let me tell you, I've never been afraid of anyone in all these years. I don't want to fight with you, but you hurt the kindness of my wife and daughter. They have good intentions, but you treated them like this. Now you must apologize to them. Apologize? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you ask me to apologize? The woman seemed to have heard a funny joke and said arrogantly, don't you know whose territory this is? I've been here for so long, and who have I apologized to? Last time, a guy who didn't know what was good for him gave me 50 yuan and wanted to take it back. As a result, I broke his leg. Speaking of this, she turned her head to the crowd and shouted, brothers, come here. Someone is coming to make trouble. After she shouted, 5 or 6 strong men immediately squeezed in from the outside and surrounded Qin Haodong and the other 2 in the middle like fiends. There were many begging groups like them in Wuxia, and they had gradually formed a certain scale. These people were organized and divided. Some were responsible for begging, and some were responsible for fighting. These people had been in Jiangnan City for a long time. Because it was a tourist city, there was a lot of traffic, so they didn't worry about being recognized for a long time. It seems that you don't want to pay back the money. Qin Haodong looked at the woman and sneered, "You're an organization, right? This child is not yours." Hearing this, the woman's expression changed slightly, and then she screamed, "Bullshit, if it's not mine, then it's yours. Give birth to one for me to see. Don't think that you're great because you have some money. I tell you, it's no use in front of me. Now take those two women and get out of here, or I'll make you pay." Qin Haodong said, "If you want us to go, give us back the money and apologize to my wife and daughter. You're really King sick. Your family of 3 is retarded. The money is in my pocket, and you want to get it back. Dream on." The woman said and waved to several strong men next to her, "This guy's IQ is too low. Teach him how to be a man." After the woman finished speaking, the leading man said to Qin Haodong, "Boy, keep your eyes open when you come out. There are some people you can't afford to provoke. Today I'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he raised his fist and smashed it toward Qin Haodong's face. In his opinion, there was no need for others to deal with such a weak gigolo. He could deal with him by himself. Qin Haodong raised his hand and grabbed the big man's wrist. He gently pulled it. Before the big man realized what was going on, there was a sharp pain on his shoulder, and then his arm hung down softly. For such a person, Qin Haodong would not be polite. He grabbed his other arm and dislocated his shoulder joint. Then he kicked him to the ground and dislocated all the joints of his legs. When he was done with all this, the other men came back to their senses and rushed over with a shout. But a minute later, these people also fell to the ground, exactly like the big man. All the joints of their limbs were dislocated, lying on the ground and crying. "Papa beat the bad guys. Papa is great." At this time, the little fellow had come out of her grievance, clapping her hands and shouting happily. "Good job, young man. You can't be polite to these evil people. These bastards have been running amok for a long time. They should have been dealt with long ago." It seemed that these people had already aroused public indignation. Seeing them being beaten by Qin Haodong, the surrounding people applauded Qin Haodong. The woman was stunned. In the past, when she was in trouble, as long as she called out these thugs, the other side immediately gave up. She did not expect to meet such a fierce person today. In the blink of an eye, her men were beaten like dogs. What do you want?" The woman's tone was much softer, and she was no longer arrogant and domineering. Qin Haodong glanced at her and said, "My daughter has just come into contact with society. She is so caring, but you have polluted her pure heart. You should love what you do. Beggars should have the consciousness of beggars. Beggars should rely on other people's pity and love to make a living. It's okay to cheat people, but you are so arrogant. Do the police know that you are so overbearing? What do you want?" The woman asked again. "I've already told you. Apologize to my daughter and wife, and then pay back the money. Nothing less. Don't go too far." The woman cried again, "Do you know who I am?" Qin Haodong sneered and said, "I don't know. Don't tell me you are the leader of the beggar gang. Are you Huang Rong?" The woman cried, "I'm not the leader of the beggar gang, but my husband is. He is in charge of the beggars in the streets near the government. If you really go too far, my husband will teach you a lesson. I'm just getting back what should be taken for my wife and daughter. Am I going too far?" Qin Haodong looked at her and said, "No matter who your husband is, you have to do what I say now, or I promise you won't be able to beg in the future. Toy boy, you're courting death. Wait and see. I'll call my husband now." The woman took out her mobile phone and dialed the number of the legendary leader of the beggar gang. "Husband, bring some people here quickly." Someone is coming to make trouble. After the phone call, she turned back and shouted to Qin Haodong, "Boy, don't go if you have guts. My husband will teach you a lesson when he comes." Qin Haodong smiled slightly and did not speak. Since this woman was courting death, he did not mind removing the beggar gang, the malignant tumor of the city. 5 minutes later, a yellow Ferrari sports car drove over, followed by 2 vans. As soon as the door opened, a short and fat man got out of the Ferrari. He was wearing a famous brand suit and a tie, with an Omega watch on his hand. He looked like a successful man. Behind him, more than a dozen hooligans of different shapes and sizes came down, all of them holding steel pipes and knives in their hands, looking menacing. "Who the fuck dares to bully my wife? Are you tired of living?" The short and fat man came over, swearing. Afraid of the gangsters behind him, the onlookers quickly moved aside to make way for him. Seeing him, the woman immediately saw her savior. She quickly ran forward and said, "Husband, you're here. It's this guy who bullied me. He gave me money and wanted it back. He also beat our people." The short and fat man came to Qin Haodong and glanced at the people who were wailing on the ground. Then he asked, "Boy, where are you from?" Qin Haodong shook his head secretly. Now the world had really changed. Beggars who used to live on others' kindness now drove sports cars and wore famous brands. They didn't look like beggars at all. He ignored the short and fat man and asked, "Are you the leader of the beggars?" Chapter 358. You are a beggar. Your whole family are beggars. What the short and fat man hated most was being called a beggar. He shouted with his saliva flying, "I run a company. I'm the chairman of the company. Do you understand? Chairman." Qin Haodong smiled disdainfully. Nowadays, even beggars were called chairman. He said, "You run a company? Then tell me what kind of company you run." The short and fat man cried, "A crowdfunding company. Do you understand? Crowdfunding." After he said that, the crowd burst into laughter. It was really a novel name. Beggars became crowdfunding. The short and fat man also knew that what he said was a little shameless. A touch of embarrassment flashed across his face. He pointed to Qin Haodong and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Today you bullied my wife and beat my brother. You must pay for it, or I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Haodong said, "My daughter came here to show her love, but she met you liars. Now give me the money and apologize, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Boy, I see that you're here to make trouble today." The short and fat man waved his hand behind him and said, "Brothers, show him a lesson. First, break the legs of this gigolo boy, and then scratch the faces of those 2 women. Let them know the consequences of offending us." After receiving his order, the gangsters swarmed up and surrounded Qin Haodong and the other 2. The onlookers were very sympathetic to Qin Haodong. Although they knew that he knew some martial arts, it was impossible for him to beat so many gangsters alone. However, sympathy was sympathy. After all, they were ordinary people. Seeing these fierce gangsters, they could only retreat. Occasionally, 2 people hid nearby and secretly called the police. Beat them hard for me." The short and fat man shouted arrogantly. A gangster waved a knife in his hand and rushed to Qin Haodong. Suddenly, his knife was in Qin Haodong's hand. Then a huge foot appeared in front of him and he was kicked away. The other gangsters saw that their companions were at a disadvantage and rushed over together. However, these people were no match for Qin Haodong. They were knocked down in a few seconds. A gangster saw how powerful Qin Haodong was, so he sneakily approached Lin Momo and smashed her head with a steel pipe. There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd, making everyone think that this beautiful woman was about to die. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a dagger pierced through the hooligan's arm. The steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. Of course, it was Qin Haodong who did it. His mind had always been on Lin Momo and the little fellow. How could he let them be hurt by the gangsters? After piercing the hooligan's arm with the dagger, he kicked the hooligan more than 10 meters away. The hooligan crashed into the lamppost next to him and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The chunky man was dumbfounded. Before he could close his mouth, all of his men had been knocked to the ground. Qin Haodong came to him and said, "How is it? Have you thought it through? Do you want to return the money and apologize?" The short and fat man took 2 steps back and shouted nervously, "Don't mess around. I'm telling you, hundreds of my men are coming this way. You talk too much nonsense." Qin Haodong raised his hand and slapped him in the face. The short and fat man spun a few times on the spot. His cheeks were swollen and his teeth fell to the ground. "Have you thought it through? Do you want to return the money and apologize?" I have. The short and fat man knew that he had met a tough guy today, so he turned to the woman and shouted, "Are you stupid? Hurry up and return the money and apologize." At this time, he hated this woman to the core. She could have provoked anyone, but she had provoked such a powerful person. I'm sorry," the woman said pitifully. In her eyes, the short and fat man was omnipotent, but now he was subdued by Qin Haodong, which made her feel fear immediately. Qin Haodong said coldly, "Send the money back to my daughter." I'll return it now." The woman quickly stuffed the stack of bills into the little fellow's hand. "Tell everyone that you're a liar." Looking at the people around, the woman did not say anything. Qin Haodong did not speak. He raised his hand and slapped the short and fat man in the face again. With a crisp sound, the man was directly knocked to the ground. The short and fat man covered his swollen cheek and scolded the woman, "Damn, are you stupid? We're liars. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just say it." Seeing the man's fierce eyes, the woman trembled with fear and quickly cried, "I'm sorry, I'm a liar. I lied to everyone. Show some sincerity." The short and fat man was afraid that Qin Haodong would not be satisfied and hit him again, so he roared, "I'm sorry, I lied to everyone." The woman knelt on the ground with the child in her arms. The short and fat man looked up at Qin Haodong and said, "Brother, no, sir, is it okay now?" Qin Haodong nodded and said, "Barely. Let her get up." Thank you. The woman finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up from the ground with the child in her arms. The short and fat man said, "Sir, the money has been returned and the apology has been received. Can we go now?" He had made up his mind that as long as he passed today, he would leave Jiangnan City immediately and would never see the man in front of him again. "Not yet." Qin Haodong said to the woman, "Bring me the child." This is not appropriate," the woman said in a panic. The short and fat man also said, "Sir, the child is too young and ignorant. It would be bad if he pees on you." Qin Haodong ignored him and shouted to the woman again, "I told you to bring the child here." Well. The woman glanced at the short and fat man and tremblingly carried the child to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong took the child. Although there was such a big noise outside, the child was still sleeping and there was no sign of him waking up. He opened the quilt and revealed the child's whole body. Although the child looked almost 2 years old, he was extremely thin and his face was gray. It was obvious that he had been malnourished for a long time. His small arms and legs were only a little thicker than an adult's thumb. He looked very pitiful. The little fellow ran over, looked at the child and said, "Papa, the little brother is so pitiful." Qin Haodong took the child's little hand and felt his pulse. Then he said in a sharp voice, "What did you give the child?" The woman said in a low voice, "No, nothing, just milk powder." Qin Haodong lifted his leg and kicked the woman to the ground. He said angrily, "Did you feed the child sleeping pills?" He had already seen that the woman did not give the child enough to eat at all. In order to prevent the child from crying, she put sleeping pills in his milk, which was the reason why the child had not woken up. If such a young child were to be fed sleeping pills for a long period of time, it would affect the brain. In serious cases, it could even cause dementia. After listening to his words, the onlookers understood why the child was so honest and had been sleeping. It turned out that he had been fed sleeping pills. Damn it, feeding such a young child sleeping pills. Is this woman crazy? What kind of mother is this? She actually fed her own child medicine. I don't think this is her child at all. The child must have been stolen. I've seen it on the news. In order to gain people's sympathy, these beggars steal children and pretend to be pitiful. It makes sense. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Who can be so cruel to their own child? She must have stolen the child. In the midst of the condemnation, the woman got up tremblingly. Qin Haodong asked in a cold voice, "Tell me the truth, did you steal the child?" He had already seen that the child was not the same as the squat man and the woman. It was definitely not their child. The only thing he needed to determine was how the child came about. The woman opened her mouth, but did not dare to say anything. She turned her head and looked at the squat man next to her. Seeing that things were not going well, the squat man turned his head and was about to slip away, but he was kicked to the ground by Qin Haodong. "Tell me, where did this child come from?" Qin Haodong asked, stepping on his chest. "My son, this is my son," the squat man said. "Nonsense, who would starve their son like this? It's obvious that the child hasn't eaten for a long time. It's obvious that he's lying. Who would feed their child sleeping pills?" None of the onlookers believed that the child was the squat man's son. Did you hear that? No one believes you at all. Tell me quickly, where did this child come from? Qin Haodong asked again. "It's my son, it's really my son." The squat man knew very well that he could admit other things, but child abduction was a big crime, and he might be beheaded, so he refused to tell the truth. Qin Haodong really didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he directly used mind manipulating. "Tell me the truth, where did this child come from?" There was a flash of confusion in the squat man's eyes, and he said, "I sent someone to steal him." Soon, the guy told all the facts of the crime clearly. Their gang made a living by begging and called themselves the Beggar Gang. The squat man was called the gang leader, and he had dozens of people under him. These people had a clear division of labor. Some begged everywhere to cheat money, some stole things, and some acted as thugs. While begging, they also did a lot of evil things. For example, they captured some homeless people and crippled them. Then, they put them in crowded places and pretended to be pitiful. While they consumed people's sympathy, they also earned a lot of money. Similarly, they would do everything possible to steal children, because children were easier to gain sympathy than adults. For example, the child in the woman's arms was stolen from someone else's house. Qin Haodong asked again, "Why did you give this child sleeping pills?" The squat man said, "In order to save costs. Nowadays, children's milk powder is so expensive, so we can save as much as we can. Besides, it's easier to make money if he's thin. If he's fat and white, he won't be pitiful. But the child is very annoying because he doesn't have enough to eat. He always cries, so my wife thought of a way to give him sleeping pills, so that he's much more obedient." "Bastard, how can you treat a child like this? Bastard, how dare you steal other people's children? You're worse than animals. In the future, you won't even have a child of your own. Yen. Kill him. Kill these harmful things." While they were talking, people couldn't control their anger. They picked up the bricks, stones, wine bottles and other garbage on the side of the road and threw them at the squat man and the woman. For a moment, the two men were beaten black and blue, and their heads were bleeding. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. 5 minutes later, the two men were beaten to death. They were miserable. If it went on like this, they would definitely be killed by the angry people. It would be troublesome to kill people. Qin Haodong was about to stop them when a siren sounded and two police cars drove over. Nalan Wuxia got out of the car, glanced at the two dying guys, and asked Qin Haodong, "What's going on?" Chapter 359. She was on duty today. She had just received a report that there was a large-scale fight here. When she arrived, she found the ground full of gangsters and two beaten men and women. Qin Haodong was standing next to them with the child in his arms. Qin Haodong said, "This is a criminal gang. They steal children for begging and other crimes." The little fellow came over, took Nalan Wuxia's hand and said, "Third mom, these are bad people. They don't give little brother food, but they also give him medicine. You must catch them." Nalan Wuxia was embarrassed. Although the little fellow often called her third mom, Lin Momo was not there at that time. Now her biological mother was by her side, so she was a little embarrassed. Lin Momo's expression didn't change much. She came over and said, "Sister Nalan, I've recorded what happened just now. I'll send the video to you now." Then she sent the video of the short and fat man confessing to the crime to Nalan Wuxia. "Thank you, Sister Momo." Nalan Wuxia and Lin Momo both knew each other's existence, but they were still a little nervous when they were together. She turned around and waved to the police behind her. "Take all these people back to the police station for interrogation. Comrade police, these beasts must be punished. It's best to let them stay in prison for a long time. Prison alone can't make up for their sins. The two leaders should be shot for 5 minutes. This kind of scum should be sentenced to death. Otherwise, they will harm ordinary people." People expressed their dissatisfaction in their hearts. At this time, Qin Haodong put the child on the bench next to him, and then carefully pricked him with a few silver needles. He used green with genuine qi to help him sort out the damaged meridians. After a few minutes, the child opened his eyes and began to cry. Someone in the crowd said, "This child must be hungry. Human traffickers are really evil. These damn human traffickers let the child help them make money, but they don't let the child eat enough. They don't even give the child money for milk powder." At this time, a middle-aged woman came over and handed a bottle to him. She said, "Young man, this is the milk powder I brought for my son. It's still hot. Give some to the child." Lin Momo was more experienced in taking care of children. She took the bottle and tested the temperature, then put it into the child's mouth. The child was indeed starving. When he felt the pacifier, he immediately gobbled it up. Soon, he finished all the milk in the bottle. Then, he opened his big black eyes and looked around curiously. Qin Haodong said to Nalan Wuxia, "This child was stolen by human traffickers. I'll leave him to you. Try to find his biological parents as soon as possible." "All right, I understand." Nalan Wuxia took the child and turned to get into the police car. At this time, the chunky man and his hooligans had been taken away by the police. The onlookers also dispersed in 2s and 3s. Qin Haodong's family of 3 strolled forward. Lin Momo looked solemn and thoughtful. Qin Haodong said, "What? Are you still thinking about that?" Lin Momo stopped and said, "I just don't understand. They have hands and feet and can do anything. Why don't they work hard by themselves? Why are they willing to kneel on the ground and exchange their dignity for charity? Is their dignity so worthless?" Qin Haodong said, "In fact, it's easy to understand. There are all kinds of birds in a big mountain. In such a big world, there are always people who love ease and hate work. They want to get things without working because they are lazy. Dignity and face are important to us, but they are worthless in their eyes." The little fellow seemed to understand their conversation and asked, "Papa, did they really steal that little brother?" Qin Haodong said, yes, there are always some bad people in this world who like to steal children. So you must be careful in the future. Don't eat strangers' food, let alone go with strangers. The little fellow nodded hard and said, yes. I'm the most obedient. Lin Momo said, these human traffickers really deserve to be cut into pieces. They destroy several families by stealing a child. They don't even treat the child as a human being and don't even give him enough to eat. Qin Haodong said, there is no other way. This situation is not uncommon in the whole country. These people take advantage of people's sympathy for children, so they steal children as begging tools. Some even disable them directly, making them more pitiful and winning people's sympathy. So, sometimes, when we give out love, we must open our eyes wide. Otherwise, we will be helping those bad people. Lin Momo nodded and said, I see. What happened today not only taught the little fellow, but also taught Lin Momo, who was usually high and mighty, a lesson, so that she had a new understanding of the darkness at the bottom of the society. After this incident, the three of them lost interest in playing. They directly got in the car and went back to Lin's villa. Just after dinner, Qin Haodong's phone rang. It was Long Haisheng. After pressing the answer button, Qin Haodong said, Brother Long, what's the matter? He and Long Haisheng got to know each other through fighting. Although Long Haisheng was in the underworld, he could always keep the bottom line, which made Qin Haodong respect him very much. At the same time, Qin Haodong had a good impression of him. Brother Qin, can you come to my place? Da Fei was injured by someone and I want you to take a look at him. Da Fei was injured? Well, I'm coming now. Qin Haodong was slightly surprised. Da Fei was the #1 warrior under Long Haisheng, and his cultivation was quite strong. In addition, Jiangnan City was Long Haisheng's territory. How could he be injured? What was the background of the other party? After hanging up the phone, he drove directly to Long Haisheng's home. There were many bodyguards at the door with guns and they looked nervous. However, these people all knew Qin Haodong and let him go immediately when they saw him. After entering the door, he saw Da Fei, who was as strong as an ox, lying on the bed. His face was pale, his left arm had been completely broken, and the right side of his chest was slightly collapsed. It seemed that his sternum was also broken. He coughed from time to time and spat out a lot of blood foam. Seeing Qin Haodong enter the door, Long Haisheng hurriedly greeted him and said, Brother Qin, you're here. Take a look at Da Fei. Qin Haodong nodded and came to Da Fei's bedside. He reached out and felt his pulse. Seeing Qin Haodong, Da Fei wanted to say something, but a big mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Don't talk. Don't worry. I'm here. You can't die even if you want to. Qin Haodong said as he took out a healing elixir and put it into his mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth. Soon Da Fei felt a coolness in his chest. The pain was relieved a lot and he stopped coughing blood. Qin Haodong reached out and pulled open Da Fei's clothes. He saw a huge black palm print on his chest. He frowned. This was the black sand palm. Long Haisheng said nervously, Brother Qin, how is Da Fei? I don't dare to send him to the hospital because he is so badly injured. I can only ask you to help him. Indeed, when he saw Da Fei's miserable appearance, his first thought was that only Qin Haodong could save him. Don't worry. It's no big deal. Qin Haodong said as he took out the needle bag and began to treat Da Fei. Soon, more than 20 silver needles were inserted into the major acupuncture points on his chest. Next, he connected Da Fei's broken sternum and arm. 20 minutes later, he took out the silver needles on his chest. Well, stay in bed for 3 days. Don't fight with others for 10 days. Then you'll be fine. Dr. Qin, thank you for saving my life. Da Fei said gratefully. He knew very well how badly he was injured. At that moment, he almost touched the breath of death. If Qin Haodong hadn't helped him, he would have been dead. It's nothing. Have a good rest. Qin Haodong turned back and said to Long Haisheng, Brother Long, what happened? Who hurt Dafei? From the palm on Dafei's chest, he could preliminarily judge that the opponent's cultivation had entered the threshold of the internal strength. But there were not many people with such cultivation in Jiangnan City. How could Long Haisheng provoke such a person? Long Haisheng sighed and said, It's a long story. Brother Qin, do you remember the killer we met at Ouyang Shanshen's concert last time? Qin Haodong said, Of course I remember. Does it have anything to do with the killer? Long Haisheng said, Later, after interrogation, we knew that the killer came from Jiangbei City. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are across the river. The underworld boss of Jiangbei City is called Li Ao. Although he and I both lead the underground underworld, our styles of doing things are completely different. I have a bottom line in doing things. But Li Ao doesn't. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. For example, drug dealing. Drugs are not allowed in the underworld in Jiangnan City. Li Ao wanted to make a fortune from drugs and expand the Jiangbei market. He even wanted to bring drugs into Jiangnan City. Since I refused, there was an assassination attempt last time. Qin Haodong said, Did he send a killer again this time? Not a killer, but a master. Long Haisheng said, After the last failure, Li Ao behaved for a long time, but this time he found a master from nowhere. This man is called Chen Hu. He is very arrogant and cruel. When Chen Hu came to Jiangnan City, he first sent me a letter of challenge. He clearly told me that he would smash 3 of my places every day at 10 a.m., 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. He clearly marked the places to smash at each time and threatened to beat me until I gave in and left Jiangnan City. Qin Haodong frowned and said, He is really arrogant. I thought so at first, but later I found that this guy is really capable. Long Haisheng sighed and said, I sent 30 brothers to the first place, but no one could survive one move from him. The second place is at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I just sent Dafei there. As you can see, Dafei was defeated by him in 3 moves. He almost lost his life, and the place was smashed to pieces by him. Qin Haodong said, Brother Long, have you ever thought of calling the police? No matter how arrogant he is, he won't dare to fight against the authorities. Long Haisheng shook his head and said, Brother Qin, you don't know the rules of our underworld. I, Long Haisheng, am the #1 figure in the underworld, and the fight between me and Li Ao is also a fight of the underworld. If I turn to the authorities for help, I will be laughed at by the whole underground world. Even if Chen Hu is arrested by the police, I will not be able to stand in Jiangnan City in the future. Li Ao had also calculated this point, so he sent Chen Hu alone. Qin Haodong nodded and said, In this case, Brother Long, I will go with you at 9 p.m. to kill Li Hu. On the one hand, he respected Long Haisheng's courage, and on the other hand, he was very resistant to drugs, so he decided to help Long Haisheng. Chapter 360. As soon as he finished speaking, Dafei hurriedly cried, Dr. Qin, you can't do that. You're no match for Li Hu. He had once fought with Qin Haodong and felt that Qin Haodong was inferior to Li Hu. But he didn't know that Qin Haodong had just reached the 9th level of overt power at that time. Now he had reached the 9th level of covert power, which meant that he was half a step into the ranks of supreme power. Long Haisheng also said, Yes, Brother Qin, although you're good at martial arts, you're a doctor after all. You'd better stay away from this kind of fighting and killing. If you're hurt, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. And you don't have to worry about Li Hu. I, Long Haisheng, have some connections over the years. If Li Ao can invite a master, so can I. I have sent someone to Rongwei Martial Arts Club in the provincial capital to invite someone. He should arrive soon. Qin Haodong knew that both of them meant well. He was not a stubborn person, so he didn't say anything. It would be best if the people from the Rongwei Martial Arts Club could solve the problem. Just then, a bodyguard ran in from outside and said, "Boss, Master Yi from the Rongwei Martial Arts Club is here." Hearing that the person he invited was here, Long Haixing suddenly became spirited and led his men out to greet him. Qin Haodong sat there without moving. A martial artist from a martial arts club was not worthy of his greeting in person. Soon, there was the sound of messy footsteps. Long Haixing led a middle-aged man into the room. The middle-aged man was about 50 years old, wearing a snow-white training suit. He raised his chin, raised his nose, and looked arrogant. Behind him were two young men in their 30s, who also had unruly looks on their faces. The middle-aged man was Yi Kai, the owner of the Rongwei Martial Arts Club in the provincial capital. The two young men were his apprentices, Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu. The Rongwei Martial Arts Club was definitely one of the top 3 martial arts clubs in the provincial capital. Yi Kai's cultivation had also reached the 5th level of covert power. Even his 2 apprentices had also entered the threshold of covert power. That was why he was so arrogant and looked down on others. After entering the door, Yi Kai saw Qin Haodong sitting there without moving. He could not help but frown. In his opinion, a person like him should be welcomed by Long Haixing's whole family, but this young man not only did not welcome him, but also did not say anything when he saw him. Having controlled the underground world for decades, Long Haixing was definitely a flexible person. Although he was also very dissatisfied with Yi Kai's arrogance in his heart, he did not show it at all since he needed help from Yi Kai. At this moment, he saw Yi Kai's mood, so he stepped forward and said, "Master Yi, this is my brother Qin Haodong. He's here to treat my men." Hearing that Qin Haodong was just a doctor, and Yi Kai did not feel the aura of a warrior from Qin Haodong, he snorted and said nothing. After they sat down, Long Haixing asked someone to make tea, and then said, "Master Yi, Li Hu's cultivation is very high, and he is cruel. This time, we have to rely on Master Yi." Before Yi Kai could speak, Zhou Wen said, "Don't worry, Boss Long. My master is a great master at the 5th level of covert power. He is invincible in all the martial arts clubs in the provincial city. As long as he takes action, Li Hu is nothing." Long Haixing nodded and said, "That's great." He had heard of Yi Kai's name for a long time, otherwise he would not have gone through so much trouble to invite him to Jiangnan City. Although this man was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant, and should be able to suppress Li Hu. Yi Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip leisurely. Then he said, "Mr. Long, tell me about him, so that I can know myself and my enemy." Long Haixing said, "The opponent's cultivation is very high. He has smashed my 2 places in succession. No one here is his opponent. Da Fei is the best among my subordinates, but he was injured after only 3 moves." Yi Kai turned his head and glanced at Da Fei, who was lying in bed, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He asked, "You haven't stepped into the covert power, have you?" Da Fei said, "The 8th level of overt power is still far from the covert power." "How did he defeat you?" Yi Kai asked again. "We first hit each other with our palms. Li Hu's cultivation was profound, so he directly shook me back. The second move broke my arm, and the third move hit my chest." Although it was not a glorious defeat, Da Fei answered in detail in order to help Long Haixing win. After listening to him, Yi Kai said contemptuously, "You're still full of energy after being hit in the chest. It seems that Li Hu is just so. Even if my 2 disciples had slapped you, I'm afraid you'd be half dead by now." "Mr. Yi, it's not like that." Da Fei wanted to explain that he was on the verge of death, and it was Qin Haodong who saved him, so he was full of energy. However, Yi Kai did not want to listen at all. He directly waved his hand and interrupted him. "Forget it. I've already done it. Let's talk about the price of cooperation." He turned to look at Long Haixing and said, "We will help you solve this Li Hu, but you have to give us 10 million as a reward." Qin Haodong had just taken a sip of tea, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but spit it out. He thought that this guy was really asking for an exorbitant price. A warrior at the 5th level of covert power, with 2 disciples who had just reached the 1st level of covert power, dared to ask for 10 million without even seeing each other's faces or making any contribution. This was much faster than robbing. Zhou Wen, who was sitting opposite Qin Haodong, was sprayed with tea. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Qin Haodong put down the teacup and said, "Nothing, I was just scared by 10 million. You 3, you haven't even stretched out a finger. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to ask for 10 million? Zhou Wu said, "You're just a little doctor. I can see that you haven't seen much of the world. My master is a great master at the 5th level of covert power, the head of Rongwei Martial Arts Club. There are many people who want to ask him for help. 10 million is absolutely reasonable." After that, he saw that Qin Haodong didn't care, so he said, "It's useless to tell you. You don't know what a master of covert power is. I'll tell you today." Perhaps to convince Qin Haodong, or perhaps to make Long Haixing willingly pay 10 million as a reward, Zhou Wu began to talk incessantly. From the current situation, the opponent is a master who has entered the threshold of covert power. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't be able to defeat him, no matter how many people you have here. The strength of a warrior of covert power is beyond your imagination. When his cultivation reaches the level of covert power, even if an ordinary person points a gun at him, he can kill him before he can shoot. Speaking of this, it seemed that to confirm his statement, he raised his hand and pressed it gently on the table next to him. When he took his hand back, there was a clear palm print on the hard mahogany tea table. It was about half an inch deep, and the palm lines were clearly visible. Long Haixing couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was very clear about the hardness of his mahogany tea table. He said incredulously, "This is internal strength?" Zhou Wu said proudly, "Of course, this can only be done by a master of internal strength. But it's not easy to reach the level of internal strength. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, you can't touch the threshold of internal strength even if you practice for decades." Qin Haodong didn't take his move seriously. This was just the performance of the level of internal strength. If he had made a move, he could have shaken the table into powder silently, instead of leaving a palm print. Long Haixing said excitedly, "It seems that with the 3 masters, we can definitely defeat Li Hu." Ye Kai said proudly, "Of course, it's because of this confidence that I dare to ask for a reward of 10 million yuan. And I have a rule that I always take the money before I make a move." In his view, Long Haixing would definitely agree to his conditions. Sure enough, in the face of a formidable enemy, Long Haixing did not hesitate at all. He directly wrote a check of 10 million yuan and sent it to Ye Kai. As soon as Ye Kai took the check in his hand, he heard Qin Haodong say, "Master Yi, if you take the money but can't defeat Li Hu, should there be any explanation?" At this time, Zhou Wen wiped the water stains on his body and said discontentedly, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know martial arts. My master has reached the 5th level of covert power. No one in Jiangnan City can reach this level. How can he not defeat Li Hu?" Qin Haodong was not anxious. He said with a smile, "I don't know martial arts. I'm just saying if the 3 of you are no match for Li Hu, then what?" Zhou Wu said, "That's impossible." Qin Haodong said, "There's nothing absolute in this world. What if the 3 of you fail?" Ye Kai turned his head and glanced at Long Haixing. He was a little dissatisfied that Qin Haodong, a little doctor, had ignored him. But he still snorted and said, "If we can't defeat Li Hu, we won't take a penny." Qin Haodong said with a smile, "Master Yi, it doesn't seem appropriate." Seeing that Qin Haodong and Ye Kai had a verbal conflict, Long Haixing wanted to stop them. But after thinking about it, he thought that Qin Haodong was not an impulsive person. Since he did this, there must be a reason. Ye Kai said with a cold face, "What else do you want?" "Master Yi, don't be angry." Qin Haodong said with a smile, normally, you should wait to defeat Li Hu before collecting the money. Since you charge first, you have to bear a certain risk. Big Brother Long trusts you so much. If you really lose to Li Hu, Big Brother Long's business will be ruined. At that time, whether it's reputation or finances, you will suffer a huge loss. Master Yi, shouldn't you give some compensation? Boy, do you know how to talk? You keep saying that my master will lose, and keep saying that my master will lose. Are you asking for a beating? Zhou Wen could no longer control his anger. He stood up and was about to fight Qin Haodong. Well, Zhou Wen, he is an ordinary person after all. He doesn't know anything. Yi Kai stopped Zhou Wen. His apprentice was a master of covert power, a famous figure in the whole of Jiangnan. It was really shameful to fight a little doctor. He put the check in his hand on the table, turned to Long Haisheng and said, since Mr. Long doesn't trust me, then we'll leave. Well, Long Haisheng was about to ask him to stay, but he was stopped by Qin Haodong. He said to Yi Kai, Master Yi, if you leave now, aren't you afraid that someone will say that you were scared away by Li Hu? Yi Kai was about to leave, but he immediately stopped when he heard Qin Haodong's words. It was true. If he quit now, it would inevitably bring a very bad influence to Rongwei Martial Arts Club, and his reputation would also be damaged. He turned back and said, well, as you said, if I really lose to Li Hu, 10 million will be returned, and 10 million will be given to Mr. Long as compensation. Chapter 361. Yi Kai had always been arrogant and rarely paid attention to others. Moreover, he had collected information about Li Hu before he came. He had never heard of such a person in the whole Huaxia. Presumably, Li Hu's kung fu was not very high, so he agreed immediately. Long Haisheng said, it's almost time. Let's wait for Li Hu together. After that, they left the room and rushed to the Dynasty nightclub together. Qin Haodong followed the crowd. He was not very optimistic about the arrogant master and disciple. If Yi Kai was really defeated, he could help Long Haisheng. However, in the eyes of others, he was just going to watch the fun. The Dynasty nightclub was one of the top entertainment places in Jiangnan City and also the pillar of Long Haisheng's industry, so Li Hu set it as the third target. It was close to 9 p.m. In the past, the nightclub would have been full of people at this time. However, today there was a sign on the door that said, closed, which looked much more depressed than before. The hall of the Dynasty nightclub was very spacious, which could accommodate hundreds of people on weekdays. At this time, it looked very empty. Long Haisheng invited Yi Kai and his disciple to sit down in the hall. He asked someone to make tea and waited quietly for Li Hu's arrival. Yi Kai took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Long, ask your people to guard the door later. Don't let Li Hu escape. Zhou Wen said, Master, with you around, how can he escape? Yi Kai's face flashed with a touch of pride and said, it's better to be careful. Although I'm sure I can win, Li Hu is also a warrior of covert power. It's completely possible for him to escape with injury. If he really escapes, it will be troublesome later. We can't always stay in Jiangnan City. Long Haisheng nodded. As a gangster, he did not bet all his treasures on Yi Kai and his disciple. At the same time, he also prepared 2 very good gunmen. In addition, there were dozens of people guarding the place. As long as Yi Kai could defeat Li Hu, he was not afraid that he could escape. At 9 p.m., Yi Kai put the teacup in his hand on the table and said, here he comes. Li Hu is really punctual. As soon as his voice fell, there was a sound of fighting at the door, but it soon disappeared. Then, the door was kicked open from the outside, and a black shadow appeared at the door. The black shadow's footsteps were very steady as he walked into the hall step by step. As the lights gradually brightened, everyone could see that he was a young man in his 20s. He wasn't too tall, but he looked very strong and his whole body was emitting a murderous aura. Long Haisheng looked serious. Anyway, there were dozens of guards in the royal nightclub. He didn't expect that they would be killed so quickly. Li Hu's strength was beyond his imagination. Walking to the center of the hall, Li Hu stopped. Although he was alone, his momentum was not weak at all. He glanced at Ye Kai and others and said, "Is Long Haisheng here?" "I am." Long Haisheng stood up. Although he was not a warrior, as an underworld tycoon, he had an unconcealable momentum. "Yes, I didn't expect you to come." Li Hu glanced at Long Haisheng and said arrogantly, "Have you thought about it? Do you agree to Li Ao's conditions?" Long Haisheng said, "There is nothing to say. As long as I, Long Haisheng, am here, drugs are not allowed to enter Jiangnan City." "Good, you are tough." Li Hu smiled coldly and said, "Originally, I wanted to tear down your bases one by one. Now, it seems that there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll directly break your bones. Let's see how long you can stay tough." Long Haisheng said, "Li Hu, don't think that you can do whatever you want because your cultivation has reached the level of internal strength. There are many masters who are better than you." Li Hu sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to know about internal strength. It seems that you have invited a master. Then call your master out. Today, I will make you convinced." At this time, Ye Kai slapped the table and shouted in a deep voice, "Li Hu, with the people of my Rongwei Martial Arts Club here, it's not your turn to be arrogant." Li Hu glanced at him arrogantly and said, "Rongwei Martial Arts Club is nothing. If you annoy me, I will tear down your martial arts club later." "What an arrogant boy." Ye Kai said to Zhou Wen, "Go and see how strong he is. How dare he not take our Rongwei Martial Arts Club seriously?" "Don't worry, master. I will definitely beat this boy to the ground." As Zhou Wen spoke, he stood up and strode in front of Li Hu. Ye Kai said to Long Haisheng, "Zhou Wen is my eldest disciple. He began to practice martial arts with me when he was 5 years old. A year ago, he entered the threshold of internal strength. He is absolutely the best among the young warriors. It is not a problem to beat Li Hu." Qin Haodong shook his head secretly. He had seen clearly the moment Li Hu appeared. This guy's cultivation had reached the 7th level of covert power, which was 2 levels higher than Ye Kai. Not to mention his 2 disciples. In this case, Zhou Wen would definitely be defeated. However, he did not say anything to stop them. Since this master and disciple were arrogant, then let them pay for their arrogance. In other words, even if he said something to stop them now, they would not listen. There was no need to find trouble. In the field, Zhou Wen made a starting gesture and said to Li Hu, "Make your move. Let me see how strong you are." Li Hu stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at him disdainfully. "Boy, if I am not mistaken, you have just reached the level of internal strength. How dare you provoke me with such a cultivation? You are simply courting death. Boy, you are courting death." Growing up with Ye Kai, Zhou Wen had also developed a supercilious and arrogant character. At this time, how could he stand Li Hu's contempt? After a roar, he suddenly kicked at Li Hu's face. Li Hu sneered and also kicked. The 2 men separated as soon as they touched. It was obvious who was superior. Zhou Wen, who had been filled with confidence a moment ago, was now like a kite with a broken string. He flew backward and slammed into a stone pillar in the lobby, producing a dull thud that seemed to shake the entire nightclub. Zhou Wen fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, this was a nightclub and the stone pillars were all wrapped in soft packaging. Otherwise, he would have broken his bones. Zhou Wen. Ye Kai's expression changed as soon as Li Hu attacked. He quickly ran over to help Zhou Wen up. At this moment, there was a huge footprint on Zhou Wen's chest. As soon as he sat up, he spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, Zhou Wu had already rushed to Li Hu. "Zhou Wu, come back quickly. You are no match for him. When Ye Kai shouted, it was too late. Zhou Wu's body flew out again and hit the stone pillar that Zhou Wen had just hit. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What was different from Zhou Wen was that there was a huge palm print on Zhou Wu's chest. It was the iron palm. Li Hu took 2 steps forward and said to Ye Kai coldly, "Your 2 apprentices are too weak. They are not even enough for me to warm up. Now it is your turn." Ye Kai's heart trembled and his face lost the initial arrogance. Although his 2 apprentices were a little weak, they were still masters of internal strength. He did not expect that they would be so vulnerable in front of Li Hu. Of course, at this point, he had no way out. He could only brace himself and fight. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Kai slowly stood up and walked to Li Hu. He cupped his fists and said, "I am Ye Kai from Jiangnan Rongwei Martial Arts Club. May I ask who your master is?" Right now, he was very anxious to know where Li Hu's master was. Li Hu had such a high cultivation at such a young age. It would be fine if he was alone, but if he provoked a powerful force, the gains would not make up for the losses. Li Hu smiled and said, "Do you want to have a relationship with me? Don't waste your time. I came back from overseas. Now I will give you 2 choices. Either get out of here or come here to die." No matter what, Ye Kai was the owner of Rongwei Martial Arts Club, one of the top figures in Jiangnan martial arts. At this time, his face had been trampled on. How could he suppress his anger? He said angrily, "Boy, you're too arrogant. Whether I am arrogant or not, we will see." Li Hu said as he struck first and punched Ye Kai in the face. Ye Kai did not show weakness and met it with his palm. The 2 of them clashed against each other and exchanged 7 or 8 blows. The bystanders only saw 2 black shadows entangled with each other. Every punch and kick brought about a strong gust of wind. Wherever they hit, the tables and chairs were shattered into pieces. Is this the power of a warrior with internal strength? Long Haisheng was secretly shocked. Although he used to be the underground leader, Qin Haodong was the one with the highest cultivation he had seen. At that time, Qin Haodong had not yet entered the threshold of covert power and had not exerted his full strength. This time, Li Hu came to make trouble, which also taught him a lesson. In the future, no matter how much money he spent, he must find some masters at the level of covert power. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in Jianghu. As he thought, he stared at the 2 men in the field, praying that Ye Kai could defeat Li Hu, or at least not fail. Otherwise, he did not know how to survive tonight. It turned out that prayer did not work. Strength trumped everything. With a muffled bang, the 2 men in the field separated. Li Hu stood in the field like a nail with amazing momentum, while Ye Kai stepped back 7 or 8 steps in succession. His face was pale, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Led by Long Haisheng, all the people in the nightclub felt their hearts sink. Ye Kai was defeated after all. At the same time, they also had a deep fear of Li Hu. Ye Kai was one of the top masters in Jiangnan province. They did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. It showed how terrible this man's cultivation was. Long Haisheng sighed. After all, he had underestimated Li Hu. He thought that he could win by inviting Ye Kai and his apprentice. He did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. Although he did not understand martial arts, he could see that Ye Kai was not at the same level as Li Hu. It seemed that today's matter would not end well. Ye Kai wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and said disappointedly, "I lost. I did not expect that you have reached the 7th level of covert power at such a young age. I underestimated the heroes in the world." Li Hu was calm and composed. It was obvious that he didn't consume too much of his strength just now. He proudly said, "My master has roamed the seas for many years and is a famous martial arts grandmaster. Although I'm the most useless disciple under my master, I'm not someone you can compare to. Although he was said to be useless, Ye Kai did not dare to lose his temper at all. He said with amazement, "It turns out that you are a disciple of a grandmaster. No wonder you have such a cultivation. It is not an injustice for me to lose. You know what's good for you. Get out of here. I am looking for Long Haisheng today." After winning 3 games in a row, Li Hu's face became more and more arrogant. He strode toward Long Haisheng. Seeing that Ye Kai and his apprentice could not be counted on, Long Haisheng waved his hand behind him. 2 gunmen quickly took out their guns and pointed at Li Hu. These 2 men were also masters of guns that he had hired at a high price. They were known as God's marksmanship. They were the second insurance he prepared tonight. However, just as the 2 of them raised their guns, before they could pull the trigger, Li Hu raised his hands. 2 cold lights flashed, and the 2 gunmen immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as their pistols fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 362. Long Haisheng turned his head and saw that there was a flying knife in each gunman's wrist. The end of the flying knife reached the handle, and the tip of the knife came out from the other side of the wrist. Li Hu looked around sharply and said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, behave yourself." After saying that, he walked to Long Haisheng again. Several bodyguards around Long Haisheng rushed up fearlessly. However, courage did not represent strength. Soon these people were all knocked down by Li Hu with a few punches and kicks. He said proudly, "Long Haisheng, what else do you have to say now?" Ye Kai sighed. Although he could still stand up and was much stronger than his 2 apprentices, he had lost the ability to fight after all. Even at his peak, he was not Li Hu's opponent. He couldn't help but sigh that he had lost the whole game because of a wrong move. He didn't expect Li Hu's cultivation to be so high. As a gangster, although he knew that the general situation was lost, Long Haisheng did not panic too much. He said lightly, "I admit defeat today. You can do whatever you want to me, but I hope you can let my men go." Li Hu said, "Long Haisheng, I have already said that there are only 2 ways for you today. Either accept Lord Ao's proposal or die. Of course, none of your men will live. I also said that as long as I am alive, I will never let drugs into the south of the Yangtze River." Long Haisheng sighed and said, "My men live on the edge of a knife with me, but my brother is just a doctor, not a gangster. I hope you can let him go." Li Hu followed Long Haisheng's eyes and saw a young man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, leisurely tasting the tea in the cup, as if he did not see what was happening in front of him. He just focused on Ye Kai and his apprentices and the 2 gunmen. He did not pay attention to Qin Haodong at all. Now it seemed that this guy was so calm after seeing his means. Either he had something to rely on, or he was crazy. Li Hu had been overseas for many years. Although he was cruel, he had always been careful. When he found Qin Haodong's abnormality, he immediately observed carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. It seemed that he had been overthinking. This brat did not have the slightest aura of a martial artist, nor did he make him feel threatened at all. He was completely an ordinary person. It seemed that there was something wrong with his head. Turning back, he said to Long Haisheng again, "I always keep my word. I said that everyone here must die, so no one can live." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Qin Haodong say leisurely, "Boy, does your mother know that you are so arrogant? You can do whatever you want overseas, but you can easily be beaten to death in China." Ye Kai glanced at Qin Haodong and thought to himself, "This young man is good-looking, but why is he retarded?" They still dared to anger Li Hu at a time like this. Wasn't that courting death? Didn't he see how terrifying this guy was? Sure enough, Li Hu burst into laughter. Then he looked at Qin Haodong with a murderous look and said, "Boy, you're so arrogant. You're the first person who dares to say that I, Li Hu, have been killed. Qin Haodong still sat leisurely on the sofa and said lightly, "You're just at the 7th level of covert power. Your cultivation is not high, but you're also arrogant. If your master stood in front of me, he might be able to fight with me. You're too far behind." Being looked down upon one after another, Li Hu's anger rose. His murderous intent surged. He looked at Qin Haodong fiercely and said, "It seems that my means are still too gentle. Do you know what people overseas call me? They call me Blood Tiger, because every time I make a move, blood will flow like a river. Today's killing will start with you." After that, he leaped into the air and rushed toward Qin Haodong with a murderous look. Everyone began to feel sorry for Qin Haodong. Everyone had seen Li Hu's means just now. His cultivation was so high and he was so ruthless that even Ye Kai and his disciple, who were famous in Jiangnan City, were beaten to a pulp. There was no possibility of survival under his full strength. Long Haisheng even closed his eyes, his heart full of guilt. In his opinion, he was the one who hurt Qin Haodong. If he had known this, he would not have brought Qin Haodong here. But at this moment, Qin Haodong gently raised his wrist and a purple light shot toward Li Hu's chest. The speed of the purple light was so fast that Li Hu had no time to react. He felt as if his chest had been hit by a cannonball. His body, which had been moving forward rapidly, was abruptly turned back and flew backward 7 or 8 meters. With a bang, he hit a pillar and then slid to the ground. He struggled to get up from the ground, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw a purple clay teapot lid embedded in his chest. The teapot lid, which had no edges and corners, had broken his sternum and sunk deep into it. No wonder his internal organs were injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a real warrior at the 7th level of covert power, and there were signs of breaking through to the 8th level. But he was beaten back by a teapot lid. It showed how strong the opponent's internal strength was. He was at least a half-step to the Supreme Power Realm expert. Thinking of this, Li Hu broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that Long Haisheng was hiding such a great master. It was extremely insidious. If he had known this, he wouldn't have dared to come here alone to make trouble. When Long Haisheng heard the noise and turned around, he saw Qin Haodong still sitting there leisurely drinking tea, while Li Hu was lying on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, he didn't understand what was going on. He couldn't help but look at Ye Kai. At this time, Ye Kai stood there like a wooden sculpture with his mouth wide open. He never expected that the little doctor, who had never taken seriously, could beat the fierce Li Hu so easily that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just learned how powerful Li Hu was. He was a real master at the 7th level of covert power. But Qin Haodong could defeat Li Hu easily. What kind of cultivation was this? A supreme power or a half-step supreme power? No matter which one it was enough to shock people. This young man looked only about 20 years old. How could he have such a high cultivation? It should be known that the higher the level of martial arts cultivation, the more difficult it was. Even a half-step supreme power under the age of 30 was a rare genius in 100 years. He was definitely the target of all sections. It was ridiculous that he had just pretended to be powerful in front of others, showing off how powerful a master of covert power was. It was like playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu. It was completely humiliating. What a coward. Li Hu didn't have time to think so much. He struggled to get up from the ground, turned around and ran to the door. Of course, he had to run. Even Ten Li Hu couldn't kill Long Haisheng with a half-step supreme power master here. And it was incredible that the man in front of him had reached the realm of half-step supreme power at such a young age. It was said that with his master's talent, he only reached the realm of half-step supreme power at the age of 25 and entered the ranks of supreme power at the age of 30. Now he was an overlord overseas. This news must be spread overseas as soon as possible. There was such a genius in the domestic martial arts world. Perhaps the master's plan to return to Wuxia had to be replanned. Li Hu thought so, but his body was getting faster and faster. At this time, he heard Qin Haodong sneer, "Didn't you just say you wanted to kill everyone? It's too late to run now." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a cold light ejected from his palm. Before Li Hu could run a few steps, the 1,000 blades shot through his right knee and nailed him to the ground. Qin Haodong seemed to have done a trivial thing. He slowly drank up the tea in the cup, then stood up and walked to Li Hu. He raised his hand and pulled out the 1,000 blades. Then he wiped the blood on Li Hu's body and asked, "Tell me, who sent you here? What is your purpose in coming to Jiangnan?" Although the 1,000 blades had been pulled out, Qin Haodong was standing in front of him. Li Hu didn't dare to run away. He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, although your cultivation is very high, listen to me. There are some people you can't afford to offend." He originally wanted to scare Qin Haodong by saying his master's name. But before he finished speaking, Qin Haodong turned his wrist and 1,000 blades was inserted into his left leg again. "I asked you to answer my question," Qin Haodong said coldly. "It's Li Ao from Jiangbei. He asked me to come here and force Long Haisheng to open the drug market in Jiangnan." The severe pain made Li Hu's head drip with cold sweat. He didn't dare to say anything else and answered Qin Haodong's question honestly. "Do you think I will believe it? Would an expert of your level listen to a mafia boss?" Li Hu was afraid that Qin Haodong would attack him again, so he quickly explained, "Because I have a family relationship with Li Ao, I agreed to help him. And after it is done, he will give me 50 million as a reward." Qin Haodong nodded and asked again, "You just said that you are from overseas. Where is that?" Li Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he asked about his master's name. As long as he said his master's name, the young man would give him some face. "I am from the overseas Qin gang. My master is a Wu Dao Grand Master, Invincible Vajra Zhan Wudi." "What? Your master is Zhan Wudi?" Yi Kai, who was next to him, suddenly turned pale with fright. A smug look appeared on Li Hu's face as he said, "My master is the invincible Vajra Zhan Wudi. Now you can let me go." In his opinion, with his master's name, as long as one was a martial artist, they would give him some face. No one would dare to kill him. In fact, he was completely using his master's name to intimidate others. The real master of Zhan Wudi was his brother, Li Long. He just relied on his relationship with Li Long to become a nominal disciple. But even so, it was enough for him to dominate the world with the name of Zhan Wudi. Even if someone had a higher cultivation than him, no one dared to provoke him for the sake of his master. The young man in front of him must be the same. Unexpectedly, Qin Haodong turned to look at Yi Kai and asked, "Who is Zhan Wudi? What does he do?" Puff. Li Hu spat blood again. After so many years in Jianghu, it was the first time that someone had not heard of the name Zhan Wudi. Yi Kai obviously felt that his IQ was not enough today. He looked at Qin Haodong in confusion and said, "Senior, have you really not heard of the title of Invincible Vajra?" Although Qin Haodong was obviously much younger than him and even younger than his two disciples, Qin Haodong's cultivation was high. It was very likely that he was a disciple of a big sect who came out to gain experience, so he directly lowered his status and called Qin Haodong Senior. "No, is he very famous?" Qin Haodong said in surprise. Originally, Yi Kai thought that Qin Haodong pretended not to have heard of Zhan Wudi in order to suppress Li Hu's prestige, but his expression did not seem to be pretending at all. He really didn't know. He could never imagine that a master who was half a step to the supreme power realm would not know who Zhan Wudi was. After confirming this idea, Yi Kai said with a wry smile, "Zhan Wudi, as his name suggests, is a martial arts addict." At the age of 25, he became a half-step to the supreme power realm. At the age of 30, he officially became a supreme power. At the age of 40, he created the title of Invincible Vitra. Now no one knows how high his cultivation has reached, but he is definitely a generation of experts that people look up to. Chapter 363. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Li Hu straightened his chest and said proudly, "Since you know my master's name, you should let me go now, right?" "Let you go? You think too much." Qin Haodong said coldly, "Do you know how many families have been ruined by drugs? Do you know how many families have been torn apart by drugs? Li Ao's drug trafficking has harmed the people. As a martial artist, you disregarded right and wrong and helped him commit crimes. You destroyed 2 of Big Brother Long's venues and injured so many people. Just based on this, you will die today." Li Hu's expression changed and he cried, "How dare you? Don't forget that my master is Zhan Wudi. If you dare to hurt me, the Qin gang will never spare you." Qin Haodong sneered and said, "You've committed such a sin and you still don't repent. Even the Jade Emperor can't save you, let alone your master." As he spoke, the 1,000 blades in his hand flashed and this time it directly pierced Li Hu's throat. Ye Kai didn't expect that Qin Haodong would kill Li Hu without hesitation. He was so frightened that it took him a long time to say in a trembling voice, "Senior, did you really kill him?" Qin Haodong pulled out the 1,000 blades and said, "What's the point of keeping him alive if I don't kill him? But his master is Zhan Wudi. If you kill him, the consequences will be unimaginable, he's just a supreme power. It's no big deal." Qin Haodong turned to Long Haixing and said, "Brother Long, spread the news that I killed Li Hu." Long Haixing said, "How can I do that? Brother Qin is helping me, so if anything happens, I, Long, will take full responsibility." Qin Haodong shook his head and said, "Brother Long, this is a matter between us warriors. You can't take responsibility even if you want to. Even if you say that you killed Li Hu, no one will believe it. Just do as I say." Long Haixing said, "But what if Li Hu's master comes?" Qin Haodong said, "Don't worry about it, Brother Long. I have a way to deal with it." He did not take Zhan Wudi too seriously. A supreme power warrior was not a big deal in Emperor Greenwood's eyes. Although his cultivation was not high enough, he could kill a supreme power with the help of the formation if he made enough preparations in advance. At this time, Ye Kai recovered from the shock. He thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Long, you don't have to worry too much. Zhan Wudi has been living abroad for 10 years. He won't set foot in Wuxia easily." Qin Haodong glanced at him and asked, "Why? Is there a reason for this?" Ye Kai said, "Senior, have you really never heard of Zhan Wudi?" "Never heard of it." Qin Haodong shook his head. In the past 5 years, he had been in the cultivation world, so he didn't know anything about the earth. 5 years ago, he was just a college student who was busy working and studying, so he didn't know anything about warriors. As the boss of the underworld, Long Haixing didn't know anything about Wulin. He was also very interested in Zhan Wudi and said, "Master Yi, tell me the story of Zhan Wudi. We have to start from 10 years ago." Ye Kai revealed a look of nostalgia and began to tell his story. As a rare martial arts genius, Zhan Wudi entered the ranks of Wu Dao Grand Masters at the age of 30. At the age of 40, he began to challenge all the masters in the world. As long as their cultivation reached the supreme power realm, he would challenge them. He vowed to become the #1 martial artist in Wuxia. If it was just a challenge, it would be fine. However, Zhan Wudi was ruthless. Anyone who was defeated by him would either die or be disabled. In less than a month, he killed 18 Supreme Power Realm martial artists in Wuxia. Not only did he create the title of Invincible Vitra, but he also made the whole martial arts world bloody. All the strong people were in danger. Qin Haodong said, he was really crazy. What was Zhan Wudi's cultivation at that time? Ye Kai shook his head and said, this has always been a secret in the martial arts world. No one knows how high Zhan Wudi's cultivation has reached. Among the 18 Supreme Power Masters he challenged, the highest cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Supreme Power Realm, but they still couldn't withstand 10 moves from him. This is also the reason why other strong people are frightened, because no one knows how powerful Zhan Wudi is. Long Haisheng asked, what happened later? How did he end up overseas? Ye Kai said, times make heroes. Just when the whole martial arts world was in a panic, another peerless strong master Hao Yu appeared. He and Zhan Wudi had a fight at Dongting Lake. This battle shocked the whole martial arts world. Countless people went to Dongting Lake to watch the battle. The two great grandmaster experts fought for an entire day and night. I was fortunate enough to see the fight. It was a fight that made the sky dim and the earth dark, the sun and the moon dim. Long Haisheng couldn't help asking, what happened in the end? Who won? Of course it was Master Hao Yu. Ye Kai said with reverence, although Zhan Wudi was a strong man, in the end, Master Hao Yu was more skilled. He defeated Zhan Wudi with one palm. At the same time, he forced Zhan Wudi to make a heavy oath that as long as Master Hao Yu was in Huaxia, he would never set foot in Huaxia. From that day on, Zhan Wudi left Huaxia and lived overseas. Later, I heard that he joined the Qin gang and became the first elder of the Qin gang. Speaking of this, he couldn't help sighing, fortunately, there was a strange person like Master Hao Yu. Otherwise, the martial arts world of Huaxia would have been slaughtered by Zhan Wudi. Qin Haodong asked, who is Master Hao Yu? Ye Kai said, the origin of Master Hao Yu is also a mystery in the martial arts world. He was unknown before Zhan Wudi. No one had heard of his name at all. No one knew his master or where he came from. But he became famous after that battle and became the recognized number one in Huaxia in the martial arts world. After that battle, Master Hao Yu disappeared again. It has been 10 years since then. Few people have seen him again, but his title as the number one in the martial arts world has never changed. There is a saying in the martial arts world that whoever wants to be the number one in the world is not qualified to challenge Master Hao Yu unless he goes overseas and defeats Zhan Wudi. But Zhan Wudi has been overseas for many years. It is said that his cultivation has reached an incredible level. Some people say that he has reached the 9th level of the Supreme Power Realm, and some even say that he has reached the legendary saint. Whether the legend is true or not, in short, it is a blessing that this evil star does not return to Huaxia. No one dares to provoke him. Qin Haodong nodded. He had learned something about the martial arts world from Ye Kai. It was a worthwhile trip. Although there were many masters in his daddy's security company, and there were more than a dozen of them who had reached the level of covert power, these people were all cultivated by him. They were also not authentic martial artists, and they knew very little about the secrets of Wulin. Hearing that Zhan Wudi could not return to Huaxia, Long Haisheng calmed down a lot. At least he didn't have to worry about Qin Haodong's safety. He ordered his men to dispose of Li Hu's body. Today's matter was over. Ye Kai took out the check from his pocket and handed it to Long Haisheng. He said to Long Haisheng with a guilty face, Mr. Long, we are not good at martial arts and almost ruined your business. I'm really ashamed. I'll return the money in full. According to what Senior Qin said before, I will give you 10 million yuan as compensation for your loss. But we don't have that much cash. I will transfer the money to your account later. Long Haisheng said, both of you are seriously injured. Forget the compensation. My brother was just joking. This, Ye Kai looked at Qin Haodong awkwardly. Qin Haodong said, forget about the 10 million yuan. Remember to avoid arrogance and rashness in the future. There is always someone better than you. It's not good for you to be too proud. Senior, you're right. Ye Kai said and bowed deeply to Qin Haodong. I didn't know you were a master just now. Please forgive me for offending you. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Haodong reached out and gently lifted Yi Kai up with an invisible genuine qi. He had just learned a lot of martial arts secrets from Yi Kai, and now he had a much better impression of him. Take off your clothes. I'll treat your injury. Yi Kai was slightly stunned at first, and then he said in surprise, "Thank you, senior." His internal organs had just been injured by Li Hu, and the injury was very serious. He was afraid that he would have to rest for a year and a half to recover. At this time, when he heard that Qin Haodong could help, he was immediately overjoyed. Although he didn't know that Qin Haodong was the legendary medical sage, with his cultivation of half-step supreme power realm, his medical skills would not be bad. Soon, he took off his shirt and sat cross-legged on the ground. Qin Haodong raised his hand and slapped him in the back. Yi Kai spat out a big mouthful of blood. But this time, it was black blood mixed with some blood clots. It was the extravasated blood caused by the internal injuries. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Kai suddenly felt a lot more comfortable in his chest, and the pain just now had disappeared. Qin Haodong gave him another healing elixir and said, "Go back and rest for 7 days, and you'll recover." "Thank you, senior," Yi Kai said and bowed to Qin Haodong again. If he had bowed before because he was afraid of Qin Haodong's cultivation of half-step supreme power realm, now he was sincere and completely convinced by Qin Haodong's cultivation and demeanor. Qin Haodong nodded slightly, pointed to Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu next to him and said, "Bring them here, I'll treat them together." "Thank you, senior." Yi Kai was overjoyed and quickly carried his 2 disciples over. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu's injuries were much more serious than Yi Kai's. Qin Haodong first gave them healing elixirs, and then he gave them acupuncture. Half an hour later, the 2 men, who had been dying, stood up from the ground again. Although they were still a little tired, they were much better than before. The 2 men knelt in front of Qin Haodong and said guiltily, "Senior Qin, we were blind. We offended you just now. Please punish us. Forget it, go back. Don't be arrogant and impatient in the future. Practice martial arts well. I should go back to sleep." Qin Haodong said goodbye to Long Haisheng and then turned to leave the royal nightclub. Yi Kai, Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu bowed deeply to his back at the same time. They didn't stand up until Qin Haodong's figure completely disappeared from their sight. Qin Haodong drove to the Lin's villa. It was almost midnight, and there were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, he could see some couples kissing under the street lamps. Suddenly, he saw a girl running in front of him, and a man chasing her closely. Qin Haodong's face changed. The girl was his sister, Wang Rubing. Although he didn't know how Wang Rubing came here in the middle of the night, the person chasing her at this time must not be a good person. Thinking of this, he stepped on the brake and stopped by the side of the road. He quickly came behind the man and lifted his leg to kick him to the ground. The man was trying to chase Wang Rubing, and he was not prepared at all. After being kicked, his head was broken and bleeding, and he screamed. Chapter 364. Hearing the shout, Wang Rubing suddenly turned around and saw Qin Haodong raising his leg to kick the man again. She hurriedly cried, "Haodong, stop." Qin Haodong was now completely at ease. Hearing Wang Rubing's shout, he immediately withdrew his right leg, turned back and said, "Sister, are you going to teach this hooligan a lesson yourself? Go ahead. If he dares to resist, I'll destroy him immediately. Get out of the way. You're the hooligan." Wang Rubing pushed Qin Haodong away, helped the man on the ground up and said, "How are you? Are you all right?" Qin Haodong was a little confused and said in surprise, "Sister, did you take the wrong medicine? He's a hooligan. Why are you so polite to him? You're the hooligan." The man got up from the ground. His face was swollen and his head was bleeding. He looked very embarrassed. However, Qin Haodong could still recognize that this man was Zhang Hao, who had pursued Wang Rubing some time ago. Today, Zhang Hao was very different from before. In a white t-shirt and blue jeans, he was a sunny big boy. The aura of a rich young master in the past was gone. But now his white t-shirt was covered with dust, and there were 2 big holes in his jeans. He looked like a beggar's pants. He wiped the blood on his forehead and said angrily, "Qin Haodong, you're too cruel. You almost disfigured me. How could it be you? Why are you chasing my sister in the middle of the night?" Qin Haodong also felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at Wang Rubing and asked, "Sister, what the hell is going on?" Wang Rubing, who was straightforward and fierce, was rarely embarrassed. She blushed and stammered, unable to speak clearly. Finally, Zhang Hao said, "Let me tell you. I'm in love with your sister. We just came out of the cinema after watching a movie tonight." "You're in love? So soon?" It was Qin Haodong's turn to open his mouth in surprise. A few days ago, Wang Rubing hated Zhang Hao very much. He didn't expect that they would be together so soon. Zhang Hao took the tissue from Wang Rubing, wiped the blood and mud on his forehead, and said excitedly, "I have to thank you for this. Last time, you told me that if I wanted to pursue Rubing, I had to show sincerity. Not all girls like money. After returning home, I changed myself. I stopped relying on my family's wealth and turned myself into an ordinary person. I pursued Rubing with sincerity and she agreed." Holy **T. Qin Haodong just said it casually that day, and he even forgot what he had said. He didn't expect that Zhang Hao, the fool, would actually do as he said and magically succeed. However, it could also be seen that Zhang Hao had a good nature and was sincere to Wang Rubing. It was a good choice for them to be together. Zhang Hao said proudly, "For the sake of your help, I'll forgive you for kicking me." Qin Haodong came to his senses and asked again, "Even if you've won my sister's heart, what are you playing at night? Hadn't he already gotten her? Why did she run in front of you while you chased her?" Zhang Hao said with a sad face, "That's because I just came out of the cinema. Rubing said that if I could catch up with her, she would let me kiss her. I didn't expect that I would be beaten by you before I ran a few steps." Speaking of this, he turned back and grabbed Wang Rubing's arm. "Now that I've caught you, you can't deny it. Holy **T. How could he do this?" Qin Haodong didn't expect that he had made such a big mistake unintentionally. Wang Rubing rolled her eyes at him and said reproachfully, "It's all your fault. Otherwise, how could he have caught me?" Qin Haodong looked innocent. He pointed at Wang Rubing and said, "Sister, you're wearing high heels and a miniskirt. How can you outrun him? Since you've agreed, just let him kiss you. Why are you playing this stupid game? You're running in front of a man in the middle of the night. Anyone who sees it will think that you're a hooligan. Can you blame me for that? What do you know? This is called romance." Zhang Hao took Wang Rubing's hand and said proudly, "Shut up." Wang Rubing roared like a lion, which scared Zhang Hao and made him shut his mouth quickly. She looked at Qin Haodong and said, "Don't talk about me. Why did you come out at night instead of sleeping?" Qin Haodong said, "How can you blame me? The road doesn't belong to your house. Can't I come out?" "Forget it, it's late. I'll send you back and then treat this brother-in-law. Don't ruin his face. If Aunt doesn't agree, you'll fight with me." "Nonsense. Who are you calling brother-in-law? We're just ordinary friends now," Wang Rubing said coquettishly. "When did you become so open-minded? Ordinary friends can even catch up and kiss you. It'll be terrible if the news gets out." "Qin Haodong, shut up, or I'll tell Grandma that you have several girlfriends." "Don't, I give up. You're just ordinary friends, the most ordinary." While talking, Qin Haodong let them get in the car and then sent them home. He helped Zhang Hao deal with his injury and then returned to Lin's villa. The next morning, everything was back on track. He and Lin Momo sent the little fellow to kindergarten and then went back to Tangmen Company to work together. Soon after he arrived at the company, his cell phone rang. It was Nalan Wuxia. Haodong, come to our crime squad quickly. We need your help with a case. Qin Haodong said with a smile, it's just a beggar. Do I need to do it myself? Nalan Wuxia said seriously, it's not that case. We've already dealt with the beggar's case. It's another murder case. Well, I'll go now. After hanging up the phone, Qin Haodong briefly told Lin Momo about the situation. Lin Momo said, you're busy all day. Are you a policeman or a doctor? I'm capable. Qin Haodong said with a smile, haven't you heard? With great ability comes great responsibility. We have to do what needs to be done and help what needs to be done. After that, he left Tangmen Company and drove directly to the crime squad of Jiangnan City. Walking into the conference room, he saw Wang Jianfeng, who had been promoted to deputy director, sitting in the middle. Next to him was Nalan Wuxia and 7 or 8 backbones of the crime squad. Even Wang Jianfeng attended the meeting in person, which showed that it was a big case. Seeing Qin Haodong enter the door, Wang Jianfeng quickly stood up and warmly invited him to sit next to him. Dr. Qin, I'm sorry to trouble you again, but in order to solve the case quickly, I can only ask for your help. Qin Haodong smiled and said, it's okay, Director Wang. It's my duty to help. Tell me, who do you want me to interrogate? In the past, he had helped the Public Security Bureau several times and was responsible for interrogation. This time, he took it for granted that he wanted to use his mind manipulating to interrogate. Dr. Qin, I'm not asking for your help this time. Wang Jianfeng said with a wry smile, to be honest, there have been several murder cases in succession, but so far we haven't even determined the direction of the suspect. There is no target for interrogation at all. Qin Haodong said in amazement, well, what can I do to help? When it comes to solving cases, I'm not as good as everyone here. Wang Jianfeng said, everyone knows that Dr. Qin is the medical sage, who has inherited ancient Chinese medicine and is proficient in medicine, martial arts, and magic. Considering that you may be needed in this case, I invited you here. Qin Haodong said, well, what do you need me to do? Director Wang, just tell me. Thank you for your help, Dr. Qin. After Wang Jianfeng finished speaking, he turned to Nalan Wuxia and said, Captain Nalan, let's start our case analysis meeting. Nalan Wuxia said, 6 days ago, there was a murder in the jurisdiction of the East City branch. Because there was only one case at that time, it was put under the jurisdiction of the East City branch. 3 days ago, there was another murder in the West City branch. Because the connection between the two cases could not be determined at that time, it was put under the jurisdiction of the West City branch. But just last night, there was another murder in the South City branch. In less than a week, there were 3 murders in succession, and there was some connection between these cases, so the Municipal Bureau decided to hand over all of them to the Criminal Police Unit of the Municipal Bureau to investigate. Speaking of this, she opened the notebook in front of her and said, next, I'll introduce the basic situation of the case. The first case happened in the Yaowang Temple in Jiangnan City. The victim was a 38-year-old male. He was anesthetized and killed. His heart was removed alive, which led to his death. This case was under the jurisdiction of the East City branch. The second case happened on a cruise ship on the river. The victim was a 32-year-old female. She was also anesthetized and killed. Both of her kidneys were removed. This case was under the jurisdiction of the West City branch. The third case happened in the forest park of Jiangnan City. The victim was a 46-year-old male. He was also anesthetized and fainted, and then his liver was removed. This case was under the jurisdiction of the South City branch. After our research, in these 3 cases, the criminal's method of removing the victim's organs was very professional. He should have been professionally trained in medical treatment. It is very likely that it was done by one person, so they agreed to let us file the case for investigation. At this time, a policeman said, Captain Nayland, in recent years, there have been more and more cases of human organ trafficking, and more criminals are engaged in the removal of human organs. Isn't it a little rash to combine the 3 cases with only surgical methods? Nayland Wuxia said, You're right. It's not enough to combine the 3 cases with this alone, but we found this at the scene of the 3 murders. Then she opened a file bag and took out a stack of photos from it. She gave one to each of them. The policeman present took the photos and found a very strange red symbol on them, but no one knew what it was. Captain Nayland, what is this? The policeman who had just spoken asked in confusion. I don't know what it is either. The criminal drew such a strange symbol at the scene of each murder. Because of this, we think that the 3 cases were done by one person or a gang. After that, Nayland Wuxia turned to look at Qin Haodong and said, Haodong, this is why we invited you here. Do you know this symbol? Qin Haodong looked at the photo in his hand and said, If I'm not mistaken, this is the Taoist soul calming talisman. Nayland Wuxia had originally invited Qin Haodong to come with a tentative attitude. She didn't expect that he really knew this symbol. She asked excitedly, Are you sure? Qin Haodong carefully confirmed it again and said, Yes, this is the soul-calming talisman. In ancient times, Taoist priests often used this kind of talisman to suppress the souls of wrongful or violent deaths to prevent these ghosts from harming living beings. That's utter nonsense. A policeman said disdainfully, What era is it now? How can anyone still believe this kind of strange thing? Chapter 365. Nayland Wuxia looked cold and said, Please note that you are a policeman now. You are not using your thinking to restore the truth of the case, but to find the criminals thinking to solve the case. You don't believe it, but does everyone else believe it? Then explain to me why this special symbol appeared at all 3 murder scenes. Are you going to tell me that the criminal likes to draw? The policeman was speechless for a moment. Nayland Wuxia turned around and said to Qin Haodong, Are there many people who know about this kind of soul-calming talisman? Can we use this symbol to lock the scope of the criminal to people who are proficient in Taoism? Qin Haodong shook his head and said, The soul-calming talisman is not a high-end Taoism skill. Many people can use it. Some local witches and gods can use it, and even some ordinary people who believe in Taoism can use it. Oh. That's it. Nayland Wuxia originally wanted to open a breakthrough in the case from the soul-calming talisman, but now it seemed unlikely. Wang Jianfeng said, The criminal has killed 3 people in a row. We don't know how many his targets are. What we need to do now is to find the connection between the 3 cases as soon as possible and find out his thinking and clues. First of all, we need to stop the next murder, and then arrest the criminal as soon as possible. Based on the current situation, the frequency of the criminal's crime is once every 3 days. We must hurry up and never let the 4th murder happen again. Yes. Nayland Wuxia was the first to agree, but she had no clue how to solve the case. Next, the people present began to analyze the case in detail. Qin Haodong didn't understand these professional things. He had been sitting next to them with his eyes closed, thinking about something. More than an hour later, the meeting was finally over. Wang Jianfeng returned to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He left the conference room with Nayland Wuxia, and the others began to busy themselves with the work at hand. Back in the office, Nayland Wuxia frowned and said, Haodong, who do you think the criminal is? On the surface, they killed people and took their organs. It should be the work of an organ theft gang. But it didn't make sense from the point of view of the crime scene. The Yaowang Temple, the cruise ship, and the park were not places where organ theft gangs normally committed crimes, because the risk was too high and it was easy to be discovered, and they didn't need to do so. But if the criminal's purpose was not to steal organs, what was the motive of the crime? A crime of passion? That was unlikely. There were both men and women among the dead. Revenge? Then why did they steal other people's organs? Judging from their modus operandi, these people are very professional. It's definitely not as simple as destroying the corpse to vent their anger. Their goal is to take away the organs of the deceased. Qin Haodong sat on the sofa, sipping tea and appreciating Nalan Wuxia's serious expression. Some people said that men were the most handsome when they worked hard. In fact, women were the same. Nalan Wuxia now looked extraordinarily beautiful. For these three cases, from the time and location of the crime to the characteristics of the deceased, there is no connection at all. If it wasn't for the similarity in the way they cut the organs and the soul-suppressing talismans left at the crime scene, it would be impossible to link them together. Nalan Wuxia talked to herself for a long time, but Qin Haodong did not respond. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Why don't you help me solve the case? If this goes on, wrinkles will appear on my face. What are you going to do then?" Qin Haodong was speechless. When Hu Shaoxian bound her chest, she said that he was the one who lost. Now Nalan Wuxia said this. It seemed that the more women liked him, the greater the responsibility on his shoulders. He put down the teacup and said, "In fact, you don't have to think so much. You don't know these things, but you can ask someone." Ask someone? Who can I ask? Who knows these things? Nalan Wuxia looked surprised. Find the deceased. The deceased must know the characteristics of the criminals. Maybe they know more. Nalan Wuxia rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are still in the mood to make such a joke with me at this time." "I'm not joking." Qin Haodong spread out his hands and said. "Are you sure you're serious?" Nalan Wuxia stared at him and asked. "I'm sure that the truth of this case will be revealed after I ask the deceased." Nalan Wuxia said with a look of disbelief, "How can you ask the dead? Can your hypnosis make the dead talk? How can the dead talk? Even the most magical hypnosis can't." When Nalan Wuxia was about to go berserk, Qin Haodong said, "The dead can't, but his soul can. I know a secret method called soul summoning. As long as the soul of the dead is there, I can ask some corresponding information. Normally, the soul of a person will leave the body after 3/4 of an hour, but these dead people are different. Because there is a soul-suppressing talisman next to them, it can ensure that their souls will not disperse for a long time." "Oh my God, that works." Nalan Wuxia was overjoyed. She hugged Qin Haodong and kissed him hard. Qin Haodong licked his lips and put on an aggrieved expression. He cried, "Come on, a policewoman is molesting me. Molesting my ass." There was hope to solve the case, so Nalan Wuxia was in a good mood. She pushed Qin Haodong down on the desk behind him, and then pressed her plump body on him. She pressed her hands on his shoulders and said fiercely, "I just want to molest you. What can you do?" The posture of a man on top of a woman suddenly made Qin Haodong's heart grow wild. All kinds of complex mental cultivation methods instantly came to his mind. He couldn't help glancing at Nalan Wuxia's collar. The two peaks were tall and beautiful, and the scenery was infinite. He cooperated and said, "What else can I do? I can only obey." They were having a good time. Suddenly, the door opened and a young policeman came in from outside. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. "Captain! Captain!" The young policeman originally wanted to report something to Nalan Wuxia, but in this situation, he suddenly seemed to be choked by the neck and couldn't say a word. The man on top of a woman on top of a man. According to his years of experience watching porn, this should be the beginning. "I'm sorry, Captain." "You go on." The young policeman hurriedly left and closed the door very considerately. Standing behind the door, he couldn't help but sigh, "Captain is really a heroine. She is so bold." Just as the young policeman was imagining the scene in the room, Nalan Wuxia had already stood up again. She made this impulsive move completely because she was happy. She didn't expect that the door was not locked, and she was caught by her subordinates. It seemed that her image would be lost in the future. Qin Haodong was still lying on the desk. He said with a smile, "Heroine, shall we continue?" Nalan Wuxia said with a red face, "Continue your ass. It's all your fault. You ruined my image." Qin Haodong said with a smile, "Can you blame me? It was you who wanted to molest me. I couldn't resist, so I had to obey. You have a glib tongue. Hurry up and solve the case with me." Nalan Wuxia said as she pulled Qin Haodong up from the table. They hurriedly left the office and rushed to the scene of the murder. Looking at their backs, the young policeman thought to himself, "Are they going to get a room?" Nalan Wuxia took Qin Haodong to the Medicine King Temple in the east of the city. The incense here was good. There was an endless stream of pilgrims who came here to burn incense and pray for peace. The scene of the crime was an empty house in the Medicine King Temple. It used to be a woodshed in the temple. Later, the temple began to modernize and use water, electricity, and gas, so it was left empty. At this time, as the scene of the crime, a cordon had been set up outside, prohibiting the temple staff and pilgrims from entering. Nalan Wuxia took Qin Haodong through the cordon and came to the room. The crime scene was in the middle of the room. At this time, the body had been removed, leaving a pool of dried blood and marks left by the police when they investigated the scene. On the left side of the wall of the room, there was a bright red soul-calming figure. "Haodong, try your method," Nalan Wuxia said eagerly. If the soul of the dead could speak, the case would almost be solved. Qin Haodong looked around and frowned slightly. He didn't feel the fluctuation of the soul in this room. Normally, if the soul of the dead was here, he should be able to feel it. He stepped in front of the soul-calming figure, moved his fingers, and shot a magic formula into the soul-calming figure. A strange scene happened. After the magic formula, the soul-calming figure quickly disappeared, but Qin Haodong still couldn't find the soul of the dead. "Huh? What's going on?" Qin Haodong looked confused. "What happened, Haodong?" Although Nalan Wuxia was a warrior, she knew nothing about magic skills. She didn't know what had happened. Qin Haodong frowned and said, "The soul-calming figure is still there, but the soul of the dead is gone." "The soul is gone?" Nalan Wuxia was slightly stunned and said, "Is it possible that the soul has been transcended because of this temple?" Qin Haodong said, "That's impossible. If you want to transcend the soul, you must first break the soul-calming figure, but the soul-calming figure is intact. It shouldn't be the result of the temple transcending." Nalan Wuxia asked, "Then what should we do?" Qin Haodong looked around the room again and firmly remembered the scene of the crime in his mind. Then he said, "Let's go to the next scene." They left the Yaowang temple and hurried to the river. The cruise ship where the murder had happened had been detained at the dock. They entered the ship and saw the soul-calming figure on the left side of the cabin. It looked exactly the same as the one in the Yaowang temple. Qin Haodong carefully looked at the soul-calming figure. Nalan Wuxia asked, "Haodong, how is it?" "There is a soul fluctuation under the soul-calming figure, but there is no soul." Nalan Wuxia said, "How could this be? Do you want to go to the third scene? It just happened last night. Maybe the soul is still there. Let's go. We have to go there anyway." Qin Haodong said and went to the forest park with Nalan Wuxia. At this time, the death scene was closed. The technicians sent by the crime squad were re-examining the scene. When they saw Nalan Wuxia, they quickly stood up and greeted her. "You go ahead. We're just looking around." Nalan Wuxia turned back and said to Qin Haodong, "What do you think of this?" The murder scene was on the lawn of the park. There was a stone bench next to it, and the soul-calming figure was drawn on the stone bench. Qin Haodong squatted down to check it. Then he shook his head and said, "The soul here is also gone." He stood up again, thought for a moment and said, there is only one possibility for this. The murderer not only took the organs of the deceased, but also his soul. First, he used the soul-calming figure to control the soul of the deceased. After cutting the organs, he took away the organs and the soul. Chapter 366. Nalan Wuxia asked, that is to say, the murderer must be a Taoist or someone proficient in magic. Qin Haodong shook his head and said, you can't say that. If ordinary people have a magic instrument that can take away souls, they can also take away the souls of the dead. Nalan Wuxia said, but what do ordinary people need souls for? Qin Haodong said, I don't know. Only the murderer himself knows. The two of them walked around the scene again and found nothing new. They could only return to the crime squad in disappointment. Haodong, think about it again. Is there no other way? This case was too strange to find too many clues in a short time. Nalan Wuxia had an inexplicable trust in Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong said with a wry smile, there is no suspect, and I can't find the souls of the dead. There is nothing I can do. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Nalan Wuxia said. As soon as the door opened, the young policeman came in from outside and glanced at them with a strange look. Nalan Wuxia asked, Shaoli, what's the matter? Shaoli said, Captain, the technical department has just finished the big data comparison of the 3 dead people. They asked me to report the results to you. Nalan Wuxia looked happy and said, give it to me. Shaoli quickly handed a stack of A4 paper to Nalan Wuxia and then turned to leave the office. Nalan Wuxia took the data and looked at it carefully. Qin Haodong also looked at it one by one. An hour later, Nalan Wuxia put down the materials in her hand and said with disappointment, the information of the 3 dead people has nothing in common. It's too difficult to find clues from them. Qin Haodong said, in fact, they have something in common. Did you see that all 3 people have been treated in Guangren Hospital in Jiangnan City? Really? Why didn't I find that? Nalan Wuxia took the 3 pieces of paper from Qin Haodong and found that all 3 people had been treated in Guangren Hospital. It wasn't that she didn't check carefully, but that there was too much information, too complicated and too trivial, so she didn't find the common point for a while. Qin Haodong had a strong spirit as a foundation, so it was easy for him to find the problem. Nalan Wuxia took the 3 pieces of paper and looked at them. She thought for a moment and said, the way the murderer removed the organs of the deceased is very professional. He must have received training in this field. In addition, the 3 deceased have been treated in Guangren Hospital, which means that the murderer is probably in Guangren Hospital, or is a doctor in Guangren Hospital. Qin Haodong nodded and said, I think so too. Nalan Wuxia said again, but how can the doctors in the hospital know magic? I'm not too sure about that. Qin Haodong said, fortunately, we now have a little direction. Next, you can focus on Guangren Hospital. Nalan Wuxia thought for a moment and said with a sly smile, Haodong, from these 3 cases, we can see that the murderer is very cunning. If we enter the hospital rashly, it is likely to arouse his vigilance. So you are the best person to do this. Qin Haodong shook his head and said, how can I do that? I'm not a policeman, and I don't know how to investigate and solve cases. Nalan Wuxia said, why not? Although you are not a policeman, you just behave more professionally than a professional policeman like me. You are the most suitable person to go. You can pretend to be a doctor and sneak into Guangren Hospital. Maybe you can find the murderer then. But you know, after the incident of traditional Chinese medicine some time ago, I am now a little famous in Jiangnan City. If I enter the hospital rashly, it will also arouse suspicion. Nalan Wuxia said, it doesn't matter. The police can cooperate with you and get you another identity. As for your appearance, I believe you can handle it yourself. This can't be done. I am a doctor, and I have a lot to do. I know you are a doctor, so I let you sneak into the hospital. After you go in, you can also be a doctor and treat people. But, Qin Haodong still wanted to refuse, but at this time, Nalan Wuxia's face changed. She said, "You can help Lin Momo so much. How can you refuse to do something for me? If you don't agree to go undercover, I will now sue you for molesting me. I will arrest you and send you to prison. Anyway, I have witnesses." Qin Haodong said with black lines on his face, "Sister, can you be reasonable? It was you who took advantage of me just now, okay? I won't be reasonable. I took advantage of you. What do you think?" Nalan Wuxia said angrily. She rushed up again, pressed Qin Haodong down on the desk, and then kissed him hard. "Captain, there are a few materials I forgot to give you." At this moment, Shaoli rushed in again. When he saw the scene in front of him, he dropped the materials in his hand and turned to run. Nalan Wuxia climbed up from Qin Haodong's body. She was embarrassed and shy. Her cheeks were red, and she looked more and more beautiful. Qin Haodong stood up and said with an innocent face, "Look, you have been seen again. My innocence has been ruined by you." "I haven't mentioned innocence yet." "What innocence do you have?" Nalan Wuxia said, "Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me whether you will help me or not." Seeing that the female Tyrannosaurus was about to lose her temper again, Qin Haodong quickly said, "Yes, I will go to Guangren Hospital to be an undercover doctor, okay? That's more like it." Nalan Wuxia walked in front of Qin Haodong, reached out to hold his chin, and said, "Do a good job, and you will be rewarded after it is done." At this time, the distance between the two was less than 20 centimeters, and they could hear each other's breath. Looking at the extremely beautiful face in front of him, Qin Haodong couldn't help but say, "What benefits? Do you want to have sex with me?" Nalan Wuxia took another small step forward, and her delicate red lips almost kissed Qin Haodong's face. She said, "Okay, it's a deal. As long as the case is solved, I will have sex with you." "You can't be a coward then." Qin Haodong was indeed a coward, and he was a coward now. He quickly said, "Forget it. It's every citizen's duty and honor to help the police solve the case. How can I ask for a reward? I know you don't have the guts." Nalan Wuxia said with some hidden bitterness. As the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, she had already expressed her feelings clearly, but the guy in front of her was always indifferent, which really annoyed her. She returned to her desk and said, "Tell me, what name are you going to use? I'll ask someone to make an identity file for you now." Qin Haodong thought for a moment. "Tang Feng. That's the name." Nalan Wuxia called Shaoli in and said, "Go to the technical department now and ask them to make a fake identity file for me. The file information is Tang Feng, male, 30 years old, Chinese medicine practitioner, from the Northeast. Other information can be handled as appropriate." "Okay, Captain. I'll do it now." Shaoli ran out hurriedly after he finished speaking. Nalan Wuxia turned back to Qin Haodong and said, "Because the case is extremely important, it's best that only I know the identity of Tang Feng. And there are too many people in Jiangnan City who know you. Now change your appearance. I know you have the ability to do so. Well, do as you say." Since he had promised Nalan Wuxia, Qin Haodong no longer refused. Nalan Wuxia's office was a suite. He opened the inner door and went in. 5 minutes later, when he came out again, he had become a young man of about 30 years old. Compared with his handsome appearance before, he had become much more ordinary, and there was nothing similar. If Nalan Wuxia hadn't seen him walk in, she wouldn't have believed that the person in front of her was Qin Haodong. She raised her hand and pinched Qin Haodong's face. It was a real face without any flaws. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You guy, are you the reincarnation of an old monster? I really don't know what you can't do." Qin Haodong thought to himself that she was right. He was really the reincarnation of an old monster who had lived for 500 years. This kind of child's disguise was not difficult for him at all. He laughed and said, "There are some things that I can't do. At least I can't do it on my own at the moment." Nalan Wuxia took out her mobile phone, took a few photos of Qin Haodong, and sent them to Shaoli. Half an hour later, Shaoli hurriedly sent over a complete file and an identification card that had just been made. Qin Haodong took the ID card and looked at it. It was worthy of being made by the technical department of the criminal police team. There was no difference between it and the real one. Nalan Wuxia reviewed the file and made sure there was no problem. She said, "When are you going to enter Guangren Hospital?" Qin Haodong said, "Shouldn't you find a way to send me in?" "It's up to you. After all, you are more familiar with the health system than I am. If you use the power of the police, you may be discovered by the murderer." Qin Haodong sighed and said, "Well, I'll find a way myself and try to enter the hospital early tomorrow morning." Nalan Wuxia said, "You must be quick. There are only 2 days left after today. If we don't find the murderer as soon as possible, people are likely to be killed in 3 days." "I know." Qin Haodong nodded and said, "You should also hurry up with the investigation. You can focus on the Taoist priests and witches." After that, he left the criminal police team. Nalan Wuxia also led people to investigate suspicious people in the whole Jiangnan city. After going out, Qin Haodong wanted to go to the sanitary bureau to ask Pan Gaofeng for help to enter Guangren Hospital. Suddenly, he remembered that he had become Tang Feng, not the previous Qin Haodong. Pan Gaofeng would certainly not pay attention to him. On the contrary, he might give himself away. But if he didn't ask the sanitary bureau for help, how could he enter Guangren Hospital? Suddenly, he thought of something. When he treated Zhang Hao last night, he seemed to have heard that Guangren Hospital was run by his family. He opened the map on his mobile phone again and confirmed that there was only one Guangren Hospital in Jiangnan City. Since he had a relationship with Zhang Hao, things were much easier. He directly dialed Zhang Hao's number. As soon as the phone was connected, he heard Zhang Hao say with a smile, "Brother-in-law, what can I do for you?" This guy didn't have anything to do with his sister, but he dared to take advantage of him. He had to get back at him later. Qin Haodong said, "I need your help with something. If you need anything, just tell me. I will definitely help you." Zhang Hao patted his chest and said confidently. This guy changed from brother-in-law to brother-in-law. It seemed that he had gotten into the role very quickly. Qin Haodong showed a playful smile and said, "Here's the thing. My uncle came to Jiangnan City. He used to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the northeast. Later, he fell out with the director and wanted to find a job in Jiangnan City. Can you help him?" "No problem. Our family runs a hospital. I can arrange a doctor with just a word." Zhang Hao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 367. Qin Haodong smiled and said, "Oh. Thank you on behalf of my uncle. Don't mention it. Your uncle is also Rubing's uncle, and Rubing's uncle is my uncle." Zhang Hao had just made some progress in his relationship with Wang Rubing. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity to please her. He asked, "When will my uncle arrive?" Qin Haodong said, "He has arrived in Jiangnan City. He's with me now, but I have something to do. I'll ask him to find you by himself." Zhang Hao said, "That's fine. I'll wait for him at the gate of Guangren Hospital. But you have to tell me what's going on with my uncle, or I won't know him when I see him." Qin Haodong held back his smile and said, "My uncle is 30 years old. His name is Tang Feng. I'll tell him your phone number later and ask him to call you." "Oh. I'll remember it." Zhang Hao suddenly reacted and asked, "My uncle is only 30 years old. So young. Well. Qin Haodong said Tang Feng as his uncle on the spur of the moment. He didn't expect that there was a loophole in his age. He quickly explained, my uncle is the youngest son in their family, so he's naturally a little younger. But he's also the most beloved and has a high status in the family. Whether you and my sister can succeed or not depends on my uncle. Zhang Hao didn't doubt this. After all, there was a huge age gap between the eldest and the youngest in a big family. He said hurriedly, I see. Don't worry. I'll make him satisfied. Well, I'll ask my uncle to find you. After that, Qin Haodong hung up the phone and couldn't help laughing. Thinking of Zhang Hao's appearance, he was amused. Who asked this guy to call him brother-in-law when he didn't do anything? After solving the problem of entering Guanren Hospital, he called Lin Momo and said that he had to leave Jiangnan City for a period of time. He would come back in a few days. Then he went to the mobile hall, bought a new mobile phone, and used Tang Feng's ID card to apply for a phone card. Then he went to the shopping mall next door to buy a set of clothes and shoes. In this way, he completely changed his identity and no trace of his previous identity was left. Since he had changed his identity, it was not convenient for him to go home for the next few days. He drove to the vicinity of Guanren Hospital and first found a hotel to stay. After parking the car, he went to the gate of the hospital. When everything was ready, he dialed Zhang Hao's number. Hello, I'm Wang Rubing's uncle, Tang Feng. Are you Zhang Hao? Uncle. It's me. I'm little Zhang. After hearing that it was Tang Feng, Zhang Hao immediately became extremely polite. Uncle, where are you? I'll pick you up now. I am at the entrance of the hospital. Please wait for a moment, I'll be right there. Zhang Hao's car was parked nearby. After confirming Qin Haodong's identity, he trotted over and said flatteringly, Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Hao. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Qin Haodong pretended to be serious and said, Zhang, did Qin Haodong tell you about me? I did. I said it. Uncle, let me tell you, this hospital is opened by our family. You can go to any department you want. Is there a Chinese medicine department here? Zhang Hao thought for a moment and said, Yes, it seems that there is. There is indeed a Chinese medicine clinic here, but now the overall market of Chinese medicine is not doing well, and it's the same here. I heard that the old Chinese medicine doctor in charge of the clinic, Hua Zihan, once saved my grandfather's life, so my father kept the Chinese medicine department, otherwise it would have been abolished long ago. Qin Haodong said, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. Just put me here. No problem. I'll take you there now. Although old Hua has a bad temper, he will give me some face. Forget it. You arrange everything. I'll go to work tomorrow. Qin Haodong said, I came to Jiangnan secretly without telling my family. Don't tell Rubing first. I'll tell her myself later. Also, don't tell others about our relationship in the hospital. I've always been low-key and I like to do everything by myself. I understand. I understand. In Zhang Hao's view, Wang Rubing, his uncle, just couldn't save face. He said, well, I'll go to talk to old Hua about it now, and then I'll go to the personnel department to register. You find a place to rest and wait for my call. After that, he took the portfolio from Qin Haodong's hand and turned into the hospital. Qin Haodong went back to the hotel. Zhang Hao first went to the personnel department of the hospital. The hospital was opened by his family. He was the young master, so his words carried weight. If he wanted to add a doctor to the hospital, the head of the personnel department naturally had no objection. Whether it was Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it was the Zhang family's expense, so he quickly completed the hospitalization procedures for Qin Haodong. After that, he went to the hospital's Chinese medicine clinic. Guanren Hospital was the leading private hospital in Jiangnan City, with more than 100,000 patients a year. It was the largest in addition to public hospitals such as Jiangnan Hospital and Central Hospital. Even so, the Chinese medicine clinic was not very good here. There were not many patients, so the profit was not much. Many people in the hospital suggested that the Chinese medicine department should be abolished, but Director Zhang Lijun kept it for the sake of his old friendship with Hua Ziyan. Although the Chinese medicine clinic was kept, it was placed in the most inconspicuous corner of the top floor of the hospital. "Grandpa Hua, I'm here." After entering the door, Zhang Hao said to an old man in his late 70s. He was the person in charge of the Chinese medicine clinic and the only doctor there, Hua Ziyan. Although Zhang Hao was usually a playboy, he was very polite because of Hua Ziyan and his grandfather. At this time, there were no patients in the clinic. Hua Ziyan was reading an old medical book. When he looked up and saw Zhang Hao, he said, "It's you, Hao." "Oh, it's little Hao. What brings you here today?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "Grandpa Hua, I just came to see you. If you have something to say it quickly. You must have something to say. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see me." Hua Ziyan was famous for being a stubborn old man in the hospital. He had a bad temper and was not polite to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao said, "Grandpa Hua, I have a friend who is also a Chinese medicine practitioner. He wants to come and learn from you for a few days. What do you think?" Hua Ziyan had no children in his life and dedicated his life to Chinese medicine. When he heard that Zhang Hao wanted to increase the staff of the Chinese medicine clinic, he naturally had no objection. "Okay, let him come tomorrow. As long as I can do it, I'll teach him." "Grandpa Hua, it's a deal then." "You're busy, I'll go tell him now." Zhang Hao left the Chinese medicine clinic and dialed Qin Haodong's number. "Uncle, I've finished your business. I'll take you to the Chinese medicine clinic at 8:00 tomorrow morning." Qin Haodong said, "Forget it, I can go by myself. Thank you for your trouble." Zhang Hao quickly said, "It's all right. It's all right. Your business is my business. If there's anything you need, just give me a call." After hanging up the phone, Qin Haodong had a simple dinner. He had nothing to do in the hotel alone, so he took out the Shenong furnace and began to refine medicine. Although he didn't have the help of the little fellow's phoenix fire, the level of the pills he refined was not high, so it didn't affect him much. Near midnight, he put the refined pills into the storage ring and began to sleep. The next day, he went to the Chinese medicine clinic of Guanren Hospital early. After entering the door, he said to Hua Ziyan, "Mr. Hua, my name is Tang Feng. Zhang Hao asked me to come." Hua Ziyan was still reading his old medical book. When he saw Qin Haodong, he just nodded and asked the nurse to bring a new white coat to Qin Haodong. Then he continued to read. In his eyes, there were only two kinds of people, those who loved Chinese medicine and those who didn't. If Qin Haodong loved Chinese medicine, he would be willing to teach him all he had learned in his life, even without Zhang Hao's relationship. If he didn't love Chinese medicine and just came here to make a living, he would not give him any face, even with Zhang Hao's relationship. Of course, Qin Haodong was not here to learn Chinese medicine. With his medical skills, no one in the world could be his teacher. After changing his clothes, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Nailan Wuxia, telling her that he had successfully entered the Chinese medicine clinic of Guanren Hospital. After a long time, a short message came back from the other side of the phone. "Okay." Qin Haodong didn't think too much about it. There had been 3 murders in a row, and Nailan Wuxia was under great pressure. She must be busy solving the cases. After sitting for a while, the Chinese medicine clinic was really deserted. There were no patients for a long time. He stood up and walked out of the clinic. Looking at his back, Hua Ziyan couldn't help shaking his head. This young man didn't look like he would settle down to learn Chinese medicine. He was disappointed. Qin Haodong came out for a purpose. Since Nailan Wuxia was busy, he couldn't be idle. Since the 3 victims had been hospitalized in Guangren Hospital, it meant that the murderer knew their information very well and had killed selectively. It seemed that the murderer must have inquired about the 3 of them before he killed them, and the information must have been obtained through the archives. Thinking of this, he found an empty corner, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Chi Weiner's number. "Weiner, can you help me check the inquiry records of the archives of Guangren Hospital and see who has inquired about the archives?" "Wait a minute, it will be done soon," Chi Weiner said, and then her 10 fingers jumped wildly on the laptop. Soon she said, "The archives of Guangren Hospital is not connected to the internet. I can't find anything here." "You can't find anything?" Qin Haodong was disappointed. Then he asked, "You are a computer expert. Is there no other way?" Chi Weiner said, "They are physically isolated from the internet. There is no connection at all. It's useless no matter how good a hacker is. For example, no matter how good a racer is, can he run without a road?" "Oh. Well, I'll think of another way." Qin Haodong hung up the phone and walked around the corridor a few times. Since Chi Weiner's trick didn't work, he could only go to the archives by himself. Guangren Hospital was very large. The archives was in a small building next to the main building. Qin Haodong went downstairs and stepped into the archives. Similar to the traditional Chinese medicine consulting room, it was also very quiet. Not many people came here to handle business. In the reception room, a young nurse was eating potato chips and watching TV shows with her mobile phone. The young nurse's name was Zhang Tingting. She was good-looking and had a very cute baby face, but she was a little too fat. She seemed to be about 150 kilograms, so she hadn't found a boyfriend yet. "Hello, little sister." The young nurse was 26 years old, so Qin Haodong naturally called her little sister. Zhang Tingting was suddenly unhappy and said with a dissatisfied face, "How can you say that? Who are you calling sister? I'm younger than you." Chapter 368. Only then did Qin Haodong realize that he was no longer the handsome and young Qin Haodong. Now he was the ordinary-looking Tang Feng, who looked much older. "Little sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Qin Haodong needed help. He said with a smile, "My name is Tang Feng. I'm a new doctor in our hospital." Seeing that his attitude was good enough, Zhang Tingting's face eased a lot. She glanced at him and said, "Are you a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department?" Qin Haodong said in surprise, "How do you know? What's so strange about that? I can smell the smell of traditional Chinese medicine from a distance. And in our hospital, except for the doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine department, who else would be so free?" Qin Haodong said with an exaggerated expression, "Little sister, you are so smart. Even the legendary snow and ice cleverness is nothing more than this." Although she knew that Qin Haodong was flattering her, Zhang Tingting was still very happy. No one would say such words to a fat girl like her. A smile appeared on her cold face and she asked, "What can I do for you?" "Well, I want to see the inquiry records of our archives." "Can you see if you can?" Before Qin Haodong finished speaking, the smile on Zhang Tingting's face suddenly disappeared. She said, "Absolutely not. The hospital has a rule that if you want to access the inquiry records, you must get the approval of the director. You are not allowed to look at it privately." Although he was refused, Qin Haodong did not leave. He sniffed and asked, "Little sister, are you using French perfume? Why does it smell so good?" Zhang Tingting was slightly stunned at first, and then said, "Are you kidding me? A nurse like me only earns a few thousand yuan a month. How can I afford French perfume? I don't use perfume at all. It smells so good without perfume." Qin Haodong put on an exaggerated expression. "Is it your natural body fragrance, little sister? It is said that only Yang Guifei, one of the 4 great beauties, and Princess Xiangxiang, whom Emperor Qianlong loved all his life, have this kind of fragrance." "Really? You're making me feel embarrassed. Being praised by Qin Haodong, Zhang Tingting's face turned red. Then she sighed and said, to tell you the truth, I really can't do it. If the director knows, I will be fired. Qin Haodong seemed not to hear what she said and continued, you know what? I study Chinese medicine, and my family has an ancestral prescription that is very effective in losing weight. Hearing his words, Zhang Tingting's eyes immediately lit up and she cried excitedly, is that true? Traditional Chinese medicine can also help you lose weight? Some people said that losing weight was a girl's lifelong pursuit. This was no exaggeration, especially for a fat girl like her. It could be said that being fat ruined everything. She had thought of many ways to lose weight, but the results were not ideal. What's the biggest tragedy of losing weight for women? That is, to lose weight, first slim the chest, and to gain weight, first fat the waist. After a round of torment, your waist is getting thicker and your chest is getting smaller and smaller. That's right, that's right. It's so sad. Zhang Tingting deeply felt that it would be good if her breasts were bigger for someone as fat as her. However, fat was everywhere except for her breasts. Every time she lost weight, the first thing she lost was her breasts. But when she rebounded, her breasts didn't grow at all, but her waist grew rapidly. After a few rounds, his entire body had turned into a large bucket. Qin Haodong said again, my ancestral secret prescription can not only eliminate fat, but also transfer the fat from other parts to the chest. As long as you eat it for a few days, I guarantee that you will grow a fantastic figure. No way. How can it be so exaggerated? Are you lying to me? Although Zhang Tingting's tone was negative, there was excitement in her surprise and desire in her excitement. This kind of weight loss medicine was simply the magic medicine of every woman's dream. It's not exaggerated at all. I'm telling the truth. Qin Haodong said as he stretched out his right hand and handed a small porcelain bottle through the window. There are a total of 20 weight loss medicines in it. Take one a day. After 20 days, I guarantee that you will have a fantastic figure and never rebound. Is this true? Zhang Tingting took the small porcelain bottle with trembling hands, but she still couldn't believe it. Believe me, it's true. And this is a pure Chinese medicine preparation. It's non-toxic and has no side effects. If you don't believe me, you can take one now and you will soon feel the effect. Qin Haodong's expression was like a bad uncle selling fake medicine, and his words were extremely tempting. Is there anything wrong with your medicine? Although Zhang Tingting's heart was full of desire, she still had a trace of doubt. Qin Haodong said, I'm a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. We are also colleagues. How can I lie to my colleagues? And think about it, what can I get from lying to you? Zhang Tingting thought about it and agreed. Cheating money? She only had 100 or 200 yuan in her pocket. Cheating sex? With her figure, if she walked at night, gangsters would take a detour when they saw her. Thinking of this, she finally couldn't resist the temptation of losing weight. She opened the porcelain bottle, poured out a small black pill from it and threw it into her mouth. It turned out that Qin Haodong didn't lie to her. This kind of weight loss medicine was made by him last night according to the formula of the cultivation world. It had an excellent weight loss effect. It could be said that what he just said was not exaggerated at all. About 10 minutes after taking the medicine, Zhang Tingting's face slowly changed. She asked nervously, is there something wrong with your medicine? Why do I feel stuffy in my chest after taking it? I can't breathe. Qin Haodong glanced at her and said, because my medicine has worked. Your chest has become bigger, but the bra is too small, so you feel stuffy. Zhang Tingting felt it carefully. It seemed that as Qin Haodong said, her chest was tight because the bra became smaller. She had no time to be shy. She raised her hand excitedly to touch her chest and then her abdomen. Indeed, her waist was much thinner, and her chest was much bigger. Brother, thank you so much. Your medicine is really effective. Of course, this is a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. As long as you take it for 20 days in a row, I guarantee that you will have a good figure that will be envied by everyone. Qin Haodong said again, how about it? Can you let me see the borrowing record now? This. Zhang Tingting immediately calmed down and said awkwardly, this really violates the hospital's rules. If the director finds out, I will lose my job. Qin Haodong said, isn't it just a nurse? It's not a big deal. If you lose your job, I promise to help you find another good job. But Zhang Tingting was still hesitant. She still attached great importance to this job. It's fine if you don't agree. Then give me back the medicine in your hand and I won't look at the record. Qin Haodong said as he reached out to grab the medicine bottle in Zhang Tingting's hand. No, I'll show you. Zhang Tingting quickly put the small porcelain bottle in her hand into her pocket. Now this bottle of medicine was her life. She would never take it back no matter what. Then she opened the drawer, took out a registration file and gave it to Qin Haodong. You can read it here. Be quick. Don't let others find out. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Qin Haodong said as he took the file and quickly flipped through it. His speed was amazing. He only needed to glance at each page to absorb all the content into his mind. In less than a minute, he had finished reading the whole file. Zhang Tingting was stunned. There was actually such a way to read the record. She wondered if Qin Haodong had read it clearly. Qin Haodong sent the registration back, but his brain was spinning fast. In the past month, there were about a dozen people who had gone to the archives to read the files. These people were all doctors of the hospital. Although this narrowed the scope a lot, it was still impossible to determine who had read the information of the deceased. He asked, is there any way to determine what the people who read the files have read? Zhang Tingting shook her head and said, there is no such detailed registration. As long as you get the approval of the director, you can come here to check the files. Then you can check anyone you want. Oh. Qin Haodong responded and asked again, is it possible for those who come here to inquire about the files without registering? Or to check the electronic files from the computer? Zhang Tingting said, that's impossible. Although we are only a private hospital, the rules of the hospital are very strict. Every time you want to check the files, you must be approved and registered. There is only one electronic file, which is in the hands of the director. No one can see it even if they want to. Qin Haodong nodded and said, well, thank you. Well, I still don't know your name. Zhang Tingting asked. My name is Tang Feng. If you need anything, you can come to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to find me. Then Qin Haodong turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Tingting said, Dr. Tang, you must keep what happened today a secret for me. Don't worry. I'm here today to sell slimming pills. That's all. Qin Haodong smiled at her knowingly and then left the archives. Zhang Tingting looked at his back for a while. The new doctor looked ordinary, but there was a kind of charm about him. He was completely different from the men she had seen before. Qin Haodong went through the information of the doctors in his mind as he walked. There were surgeons and internists among them. It was really difficult to check them one by one in 3 days. He walked from the small building of the archives to the main building. At that moment, more than a dozen police officers rushed over with a stretcher. There was an injured policeman lying on the stretcher with a dagger in the left side of his chest. The dagger was all the way to the handle. It seemed that the man was seriously injured. These people rushed into the emergency room with the injured man. As soon as they went over, Nalan Wuxia and Wang Jianfeng ran in from the outside. It seemed that the injured man was from the crime squad of Jiangnan City. Seeing that someone was injured, Qin Haodong followed them and stood outside the crowd to watch. Everyone's attention was on the injured man. Even Nalan Wuxia did not notice him. At this time, the door of the emergency room was full of policemen. The injured man was Feng Zixiong, an investigator of the crime squad. He had just been stabbed when investigating the murder suspect. Nalan Wuxia was originally discussing the case with Wang Jianfeng. They rushed over when they got the news. Since the injured man was a policeman on duty, the hospital also attached great importance to it. All departments showed high efficiency. About 10 minutes later, a stack of examination materials was sent to several doctors in white coats. "Doctor, how is our policeman?" Nalan Wuxia asked nervously. She had seen Feng Zixiong's injury just now. The dagger was just stabbed in the side of his heart. This kind of injury could easily be fatal. "I'm Lu Fei, the attending doctor in charge of this treatment." A middle-aged doctor in a white coat said, "This is the treatment plan developed by several of our surgical experts based on the patient's condition. Take a look." Wang Jianfeng said, "Dr. Lu, we are all laymen for specific treatment. Please explain it to us." Chapter 369. Lu Fei cleared his throat and said, "The situation is like this. The injured person's injury is very serious. The dagger has pierced through his chest. The worst part is that it is close to his heart and has even injured some of the peripheral tissues of his heart. In this case, it is a miracle that the injured person did not die on the spot. We must carry out an operation immediately to remove the dagger. Otherwise, he can only hold on for 2 to 3 hours at most." Hearing that Feng Zixiong's injury was so serious, Nalan Wuxia said eagerly, "Doctor, no matter how much it costs, you must save our policeman. Please." Lu Fei said, "We will try our best. We will arrange the operation immediately, but you must be mentally prepared. The operation is very risky." At this time, another policeman in uniform came in from outside the crowd and asked nervously, "How risky is it?" He was Feng Zixiong's brother, Feng Ziying. He had just arrived after receiving the news of his brother's injury. Lu Fei paused and said, "The success rate of the operation is less than 5%. Hearing this number, Feng Ziying immediately shouted excitedly, "What? Less than 5%? What's the difference between this and death?" Wang Jianfeng and Nalan Wuxia's faces also became very gloomy. The 5% success rate was too slim. It meant that Feng Zixiong was very likely to die on the operating table. This result was not much different from a direct sentence of death. There was a dead silence in the corridor. Some policemen even shed tears for their comrades. Lu Fei said, "There is no other way. The patient's injury is too serious. This is all we can do." Feng Ziying slowly closed his eyes. His face was pale and 2 big drops of tears flowed down. This was his brother. He could not accept this fact in any case. Wang Jianfeng patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be so disappointed. Is there still a glimmer of hope?" A glimmer of hope. Feng Zixiong really only had a glimmer of hope. It was too little. But Feng Ziying also knew very well that there was still a glimmer of hope if he had an operation. If not, his brother would die in a few hours. This left him no choice at all. He tried to calm down and said in a trembling voice, "Dr. Lu, please, you must save my brother. As a doctor, I will try my best." Lu Fei nodded and said, "Since the family has no objection, I will arrange the operation immediately. Wait a minute." At this time, a voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was a young doctor in his 30s. Nalan Wuxia's expression changed slightly. After seeing this man, she felt much more at ease. Maybe he could bring her another miracle. Qin Haodong looked at Lu Fei and asked, "I want to ask why the operation is so risky." Lu Fei glanced at Qin Haodong. Although Qin Haodong was wearing a white coat, Lu Fei did not know him. He thought he was a family member of the patient, so he said patiently, the location of the injury is too close to the heart, so the risk of surgery is naturally high. Qin Haodong said, if I have a way to protect his heart, will the success rate of the operation be greatly increased? Lu Fei said, in theory, if the heart can be protected and the normal beating during the operation, the success rate of the operation can reach more than 90%, but this is only a theoretical guess. It's impossible to do. Alright, I have a way to protect his heart. Give me an hour. After Qin Haodong finished speaking, everyone except Nalan Wuxia, who knew his identity, was shocked. Feng Ziying strode to him, took his hand and said in a trembling voice, Doctor, do you really have a way to save my brother? Don't worry, I can. Qin Haodong said confidently. He knew very well that he had to show more confidence at this time, or no one would believe him. Lu Fei looked at him doubtfully and said, I want to know what you can do to protect the heart of the patient. Qin Haodong said, let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Feng, a doctor invited by the traditional Chinese medicine department. Wait for me for an hour. I will boil a decoction. Drinking it can protect the heart of the patient. A new doctor, or a traditional Chinese medicine doctor from the traditional Chinese medicine department. After knowing that this was not a family member of the patient, Lu Fei's expression immediately changed. Nonsense, this is nonsense. What do you think traditional Chinese medicine is? Fairy soup. Drinking your decoction can protect the heart of the patient? This is nonsense. Tell me, what's the scientific basis? No wonder he had such a strong reaction. Many doctors in Guangren Hospital called for the abolition of the traditional Chinese medicine department, and Lu Fei was the most enthusiastic one. In his eyes, he had always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. Don't talk about science. I am confident that I can protect the heart of the patient. Qin Haodong said in a powerful voice. Are you kidding me? I really don't know who gave you such confidence. Traditional Chinese medicine without any scientific basis. Lu Fei looked disdainful. Even if I can believe you, can the family of the deceased believe you? After that, he turned to look at Wang Jianfeng and the others. Everyone, what do you think? From my point of view, I don't believe that traditional Chinese medicine can cure diseases. Wang Jianfeng hesitated. Although he could be decisive when solving cases, this was treating diseases. He knew nothing about it, so he didn't know what to do for a moment. I believe in Dr. Tang. Let's do what he said. It was Nalan Wuxia who spoke. Others didn't know Qin Haodong's ability, but she knew it very well. This, Lu Fei was a little stunned. In his opinion, these policemen should believe him. At least he was the attending doctor of the hospital, a famous surgeon. But now this beautiful policewoman in front of him trusted this traditional Chinese medicine who jumped out of nowhere without hesitation. Was she stupid? He said to Feng Ziying, what do you think, family member? He knew that Feng Ziying was the only family member of the injured at the scene, so the final decision was still in his hands. This, Feng Ziying looked at Nalan Wuxia awkwardly. He admired the captain of the criminal police very much. But now they were in the hospital, and it was about his brother's life and death. For a moment, he was a little embarrassed. Nalan Wuxia said firmly, Xiao Feng, believe me. Do what Dr. Tang said. There will be no mistake. Wang Jianfeng was a little impatient. He whispered in Nalan Wuxia's ear, Captain Nalan, is this appropriate? He had been working with Nalan Wuxia for many years, so he kindly reminded her. If she really made the decision for Feng Ziying, what if the operation failed? Although his voice was very low, it was very quiet in the corridor, so Lu Fei heard Wang Jianfeng's words clearly. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. He knew that Wang Jianfeng was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, the supreme commander here, and finally chose to believe him. Nalan Wuxia turned back and whispered in Wang Jianfeng's ear. This time, her voice was lower, so Lu Fei didn't hear what she said. Hearing this, Wang Jianfeng's expression immediately changed. He turned to Feng Ziying and said, "Xiao Feng, don't hesitate anymore. Do what Dr. Tang said." Seeing that his two leaders were so confident, Feng Ziying also said, "Well, I believe Dr. Tang." "What?" Lu Fei looked incredulous and said, "Little brother, you have to think about it. Even if you believe in traditional Chinese medicine, what can he know at his age? You can't joke with your brother's life." Feng Ziying said, "Dr. Lu, if you have any other way to improve the success rate of my brother's operation, I choose to believe you." The reason why he chose to believe Qin Haodong was that he trusted Wang Jianfeng and Nalan Wuxia, and there was really no other way. He was holding a hopeless attitude. Well, Lu Fei was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't come up with a better idea. As a senior surgeon, he knew very well how risky this operation was. The success rate was almost negligible, so he did not dare to make any guarantees or promises. At this time, a female doctor next to him said, "Dr. Lu, since we don't have a good idea, why don't we give it a try? Maybe we can get a good result." She was Fang Yuqi, Lu Fei's assistant and a surgeon in the hospital. Seeing that everyone agreed with this plan, Lu Fei couldn't help frowning and then said, "Since you all agree, I have no objection. Anyway, don't blame me if something goes wrong." He knew how risky the operation was, and he also knew Feng Zixiong's special identity. It was said that he was injured in the process of arresting criminals. Afterward, he would be crowned a hero by the media. If such a person died on his operating table, it would eventually have a bad impact on his reputation. But if traditional Chinese medicine was used, it would be different. Traditional Chinese medicine would be the scapegoat. Feng Ziying turned to Qin Haodong and said, "Dr. Tang, please hurry up. My brother really doesn't have much time. Don't worry, I'll be back in an hour." Then Qin Haodong turned around and hurried back to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. "Mr. Hua, let me borrow the pharmacy." Then Qin Haodong hurried into the pharmacy of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, opened a medicine kitchen, and began to fill up the medicine. He grabbed a medicinal material and put it under his nose to smell it. Although the pharmacy here was not big, it had a complete variety and the quality of the medicine was good. It seemed that the old man Hua Zi and really took care of these medicines. Hua Zi and had just finished seeing a patient. After sending the patient away, he turned to look at Qin Haodong. He didn't understand why the new young doctor would come back and fill up the medicine. What was he going to do? With curiosity, he walked into the pharmacy. When he saw the speed at which Qin Haodong filled up the medicine, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Nonsense." Qin Haodong was racing against time. Hearing the reprimand, he looked back and saw Hua Zi and glaring at him. He looked around again and found that he was the only one in the pharmacy. It seemed that Hua Zi and was dissatisfied with him. "This old man, I've already said hello to him. Why is he still so angry? Mr. Hua, what's the problem? I'm in urgent need of the medicine. I'll pay the price later." While speaking, he didn't stop. He opened another medicine cabinet and grabbed a handful of medicinal materials from it. Hua Zi and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "I'm filling up the medicine." Qin Haodong's face was full of surprise. Was this old man sick? "I've said it several times." Hua Zi and said angrily, "Nonsense, how can you fill up the medicine like this? Every dose of traditional Chinese medicine has strict requirements. A little more or less will have a great impact on the efficacy of the medicine. You can't even weigh the medicine. Can't you be responsible for the patient? The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine is tarnished by people like you." Only then did Qin Haodong know what the problem was. He quickly explained, "Mr. Hua, you misunderstood me. I'm very accurate at filling up the medicine. The amount won't be wrong." Chapter 370. You're talking nonsense. Hua Zi and became so angry that his beard twitched. I've been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner all my life, and I've never seen anyone fill a prescription without weighing it. Qin Haodong said, Mr. Hua, I'm really in a hurry. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Then he continued to fill the prescription. Hua Zi and snorted. This young man was really stubborn. He asked, how much did you just catch? 2 taels and 1 qian. Qin Haodong said without looking back. Hua Zi and picked up the herb and put it on the scale. His eyes widened in surprise. The scale showed that it was 2 taels and 1 qian, not a cent more or less. How could this be possible? He must have guessed it. He asked again, how many fleece flower did you catch? 6 taels and 5 qian. Hua Zi and checked it again, and it was still the same. Bodhi leaf, 3 taels and 2 qian, chicken bone grass, 4 taels and 6 qian. After checking 6 or 7 herbs in a row, Hua Zi and was finally convinced. He knew that the young man in front of him was really capable. The herbs he caught with his hands were exactly the same as those on the scale. After calming himself down, he stepped forward and said, Little brother, how did you do this? His initial anger towards Qin Haodong had turned into admiration, and he even addressed him as, Little brother. I've been filling prescriptions with my grandfather since I was a child. The more I do, the better I am. Qin Haodong gave a random reason, then put the herbs together and poured them into a pot of decoction soup next to him. Little brother, what's this prescription? Why can't I see it? Hua Zi and had been dealing with traditional Chinese medicine for so many years. If it was an ordinary prescription, he could know what it was by looking at the herbs. But he couldn't see anything wrong with the medicine Qin Haodong made. Mr. Hua, let's talk about it later. I'm in a hurry to save someone. Qin Haodong was about to boil the medicine. Hua Zi and was full of curiosity about Qin Haodong at this time. How could he let him go so easily? He quickly said, leave it to little Zhao. Let's have a good talk. As he spoke, he called over a young nurse beside him. The nurse's name was Zhao Ying. She was a nurse specially assigned to the traditional Chinese medicine consultation room. She had always been lazy and would be late every day. Anyway, the traditional Chinese medicine consultation room was not profitable, so she did not have to worry about her bonus being deducted. Because she came late, Qin Haodong did not see her just now. Hua Zi and said, Xiao Zhao, go and boil this pot of medicine. Seeing the old man's enthusiasm, Qin Haodong handed the pot to Zhao Ying. At the same time, he repeatedly told her what to pay attention to during the decoction. Got it. Zhao Ying answered impatiently and raised her hand to take the pot. When she turned around, she immediately curled her lips and thought to herself, isn't it just boiling medicine? You're still so wishy-washy. Do you really think you're a medical saint? When Zhao Ying went to boil the medicine, Hua Zi and immediately sat down with Qin Haodong and asked eagerly, little brother, what's going on? What kind of medicine is this? What kind of illness are you attending to? My medicine is called pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup. It has an extremely powerful effect on protecting and nourishing the heart. Qin Haodong told him what had just happened and then said, there's only 1 hour left. We have to hurry up and boil this medicine to increase the success rate of the operation. Hua Zi and was stunned. He had studied traditional Chinese medicine all his life, but he had never heard of pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup. Little brother, is your medicine reliable? Can it really work? Can it really protect people's heart? Of course it's reliable. It's a matter of life and death. How could I joke about it? Hua Zi and was still confused. Qin Haodong smiled and said, when the operation is over, Mr. Hua will know how effective the pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup is. Oh. Hua Zi and responded doubtfully and then began to chat with Qin Haodong. As the conversation went on, he was more and more surprised. He found that Qin Haodong's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had reached an incredible level. At first, he asked some questions about traditional Chinese medicine with a testing attitude. He wanted to see what this young man's attainments in traditional Chinese medicine were like. However, Qin Haodong answered him fluently and had a deeper understanding than him, which amazed him. Later, the conversation between the two became an equal exchange. Later, he directly asked Qin Haodong for advice and asked all the questions that had been dormant in his heart for many years. But no matter how difficult the questions were, Qin Haodong could quickly give almost perfect answers. Hua Zi and asked with admiration, "Little brother, who did you learn your medical skills from?" "It's a family skill. I learned it from my grandfather," Qin Haodong said. "I admire you so much. I've lived for more than 70 years, and you are the most accomplished traditional Chinese medicine person I've ever seen. It's really rare for you to have such high medical skills at such a young age. I'm afraid even the legendary medical sage Qin Haodong can't compare with you." Qin Haodong smiled but didn't speak. He didn't need to compete with himself. Both of them had a love for traditional Chinese medicine from the bottom of their hearts, so they talked happily. More than half an hour passed quickly. At this time, Zhao Ying came back with the pot and said, "The medicine is ready." Qin Haodong sniffed and frowned slightly. Then he opened the lid of the pot and sniffed it carefully. He looked up at Zhao Ying and said, "What happened? Why didn't you boil the medicine according to my instructions?" Zhao Ying was slightly stunned. How did he know? But she wouldn't admit such a thing without evidence. She stiffened her neck and said, "I boiled the medicine according to your instructions." "Impossible. The smell of the medicine is not right at all. You must not have followed the procedure." Qin Haodong was secretly annoyed. He had just told the little nurse clearly and even explained every minute of the heat when boiling the medicine in great detail. He didn't expect that Zhao Ying didn't listen at all. He said with a sullen face, "The medicine of traditional Chinese medicine must be done perfectly. The medicine you made is not effective at all. It will kill people." No wonder he was angry. This medicine was related to Feng Zixiong's life, so he couldn't be careless. Hearing this, the little nurse's face also became cold. "Isn't it just a traditional Chinese medicine? What's the big deal? It's your first day here. Why are you pretending? Do you really think you're a medical sage?" Time was running out. Qin Haodong had no time to pay attention to the self-righteous little nurse. He hurried into the pharmacy again. This medicine couldn't be used at all. He had to get a new one. Now there were only 10 minutes left, so he had to hurry. The little nurse glanced at his back and said disdainfully, "What are you pretending for? You make yourself look like a magic doctor. I really don't know where you come from." *T. After that, she seemed to feel that she had gone too far. She turned to Hua Zi and said, "I really don't know where he came from. With you here, he can't tell me what to do." Then she found that Hua Zi's face was livid. He raised his hand and pointed at her. "Zhao Ying, from now on, you don't have to come to work anymore." "What? Sir, what did I do wrong?" Zhao Ying was completely dumbfounded. She could look down on Qin Haodong, the newcomer, but she couldn't ignore Hua Zi's attitude. The old man could make her lose her job with a word. In Guangren Hospital, those who could work as nurses in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic were the worst. They had no connections or background. If even here didn't want her, she could only pack up and go home. As a nurse, you don't know how to respect doctors in traditional Chinese medicine. Why should I keep you here? Pack up and get out of here. The old man was really angry. Even he respected Qin Haodong's ability from the bottom of his heart. How could he tolerate a little nurse offending him? Zhao Ying's face was pale. It was the first time that she had seen Hua Zi and so angry in a long time. She knew that she would lose her job completely. She just didn't understand why Hua Ziyan valued such a young man so much. Could it be that he had a backer? But how could a person with a backer come to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to be a little doctor? In the pharmacy, Qin Haodong's speed had reached the extreme. In less than a minute, he grabbed the medicinal materials again, poured them into the medicine pot, and began to boil the medicine himself. This, Hua Ziyan was dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who could grab and boil herbs to such an extreme. It was simply amazing. There was not much time left. It would be too late to boil the medicine according to the ordinary method, so Qin Haodong used green wood genuine qi to quickly stimulate the medicinal properties of various medicinal materials. 7 or 8 minutes later, a strong smell of medicine wafted out. The world's first pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup was fresh out of the oven. At the same time, in the ward, Lu Fei said with a cold face, "There are only 10 minutes left, and Tang Feng hasn't come back yet. I think he's a liar. We don't have to wait for him. It's time to start the operation." Nalan Wuxia said in a deep voice, "We agreed to wait for an hour. There are still 10 minutes left. What's the hurry?" Lu Fei turned to look at Feng Ziying and said, "Sir, the patient's condition is very critical and may deteriorate at any time. We can't delay any longer. I suggest the operation immediately." Although Feng Ziying was very worried about his brother, thinking of the less than 5% success rate, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Dr. Tang should be back soon." This, Lu Fei's face was very ugly. For a little Chinese medicine practitioner, he was asked to wait here with a scalpel. This was obviously not giving him face. However, the patient's family did not agree, so he could not force the operation. Otherwise, no one could afford the consequences. Time passed. There were only 2 minutes left, but there was still no sign of Qin Haodong. At this moment, a young nurse in the ward ran out and cried in panic, "Dr. Lu, it's bad. The patient's condition suddenly deteriorated. It's very critical." Hearing this, everyone at the door changed their expressions. Lu Fei cried, "It's all your fault. You had to wait for a strange Chinese medicine practitioner. Now the patient's condition has deteriorated. It will be too late if we don't operate now." Feng Ziying said nervously, "Dr. Lu, you have to save my brother." Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "We can't wait any longer. Start the operation now." Although there were only 2 minutes left, the situation was critical. If something really happened to Feng Zixiong, no one could bear the responsibility. Nalan Wuxia and the others could not stop him. Lu Fei put on his mask and hurried into the operating room. Feng Ziying's eyes were wide open. He stared at the red light above the operating room and kept praying for his brother in his heart, hoping that he would be safe. At this time, a young nurse came out. Nalan Wuxia stopped her and asked, "How is the patient's condition?" "It's very critical. His heart is very weak and may stop at any time," the young nurse said and hurried away. Everyone's heart seemed to sink to the bottom. At this moment, Nalan Wuxia saw a figure appear at the end of the corridor. It was Qin Haodong. Chapter 371. Qin Haodong walked in front with a pot of medicine, followed by the white-haired Hua Ziyan, panting, "Wait for me, little brother." The old man's eyes were burning. He had just seen Qin Haodong's magical way of making medicine. It should have taken 40 minutes to make a pot of medicine, but it was done in less than 10 minutes. It was an eye-opener for him, so he naturally came to see the effect of the pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup. Glancing at the red light on the top of the operating room, Qin Haodong's face darkened and he asked, "Has the operation begun?" Nalan Wuxia said, "There's no other way. 2 minutes ago, Feng Zixiong's injury suddenly worsened, so the operation has to be carried out in advance." 2 minutes. There's still time. I'll take the medicine in and give it to the patient. Then he was about to enter the operating room. Hua Ziyan said, "Little brother, let me do it." Given Lu Fei's character, he won't let you give medicine to someone on his operating table. And you've just arrived. You can't get in without a chest card. He had fought with Lu Fei for so many years in the hospital, so he naturally knew this guy's character. It was okay to give the patient the pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup before the operation. But Lu Fei would never agree to give the patient traditional Chinese medicine on his operating table. Qin Haodong thought for a moment. He had come to the hospital undercover, so it was better to keep a low profile. He handed the pot to Hua Ziyan. "Thank you, Mr. Hua." Hua Ziyan nodded, took the pot, opened the door of the operating room with his chest card, and then walked in. In the operating room, the doctors and nurses were busy, and the operation was going on nervously. Hua Ziyan glanced at the heart monitor next to him, and his expression changed. Although he was a Chinese medicine practitioner, he still knew a little about the most basic Western medicine. At this time, the curve of the heart on the screen had almost become a straight line, which meant that the heartbeat was extremely weak and could stop at any time. Fang Yuqi, the assistant, said, "Dr. Lu, the patient's condition is too dangerous now. I'm afraid he can't be saved." Lu Fei said, "Don't worry about that. We have to finish the operation anyway. If we can't save him, there's nothing we can do." Then he told the surrounding doctors and nurses to get ready and wanted to take the dagger out of Feng Zixiong's chest. Fang Yuqi didn't speak. Surgeons like them were used to life and death. Although they would try their best to save every life during the surgery, they would not be too upset if they could not save it. At this moment, the patient's heart could stop beating at any time. Under such circumstances, the patient might lose his life the moment the dagger was pulled out. "Wait a minute, let him drink this medicine first." Hua Ziyan opened the pot in his hand, and a strong smell of Chinese medicine filled the operating room. Hearing the shout, Lu Fei withdrew his hand that was about to draw the saber. He turned around and said angrily, "Hua Ziyan, are you crazy? This is a surgical operation room. What are you doing here? Hurry up and take out these things you've made of grass roots and rotten bark." Hearing this, Hua Ziyan's eyes immediately widened and he said angrily, "You have forgotten your ancestors. Which of your ancestors didn't survive on grass roots and bark? TCM is a treasure left behind by our Chinese ancestors. You can worship foreigners, but you can't belittle TCM. That's cruel and unscrupulous. Old man Hua, who are you calling heartless?" Lu Fei threw down the scalpel and shouted angrily at Hua Ziyan. It seemed that he wanted to fight with Hua Ziyan at a close distance, but he was stopped by Fang Yuqi. Although Hua Ziyan was over 70 years old and had white hair, he was not afraid of Lu Fei at all. He said coldly, "Lu, have you forgotten the duty of a doctor? Whether it's TCM or Western medicine, the patient is lying in bed now. No matter what the situation is, you must think of the patient first." He raised his finger to the heart monitor next to him, which had almost stopped beating. "You can see the situation. The patient is in danger of dying at any time. If Dr. Lu is sure to save him, I will not say a word and apologize to you immediately. But now you can't think of a good way. Would you rather risk other people's lives? You don't even want to try traditional Chinese medicine. You are selfish." Lu Fei said coldly, "This is my operating table. I decide how to treat the patient. In any case, I will not let my patient drink TCM." Hua Ziyan said angrily, "You want the patient to die. This is murder. Have you forgotten that you are a doctor?" Lu Fei sneered, "Murder? Well, there are so many policemen outside. Let them arrest me." Hua Ziyan was so angry that his eyes were on fire. He said angrily, "Lu Fei, where are your medical ethics? In your eyes, this patient is just a life that can be sacrificed at any time. Have you ever thought about his family? Have you ever thought about his parents and children? Have you ever thought that your one wrong decision could destroy several families? Lu Fei's face froze, but he insisted, "Old Hua, you talk too much nonsense. Get out of here and don't delay my operation. No, I can't just watch a life die like this. I have to make him drink the medicine with my own hands." Hua Zi and strode to the operating table with the pot of medicine. "Old man Hua, stop right there." Lu Fei shouted and was about to stop Hua Zi but was stopped by Fang Yuqi next to him. "Dr. Lu, we have no better way now. I think we can let old Hua have a try." Lu Fei didn't expect Fang Yuqi to oppose him. He said angrily, "Have you forgotten who you are? You are just an assistant. What right do you have to make a decision? If something happens, will you take responsibility?" Fang Yuqi's face also became cold. "Although I am an assistant, I am also a doctor. I can't watch a patient die. No matter what happens today, I will take full responsibility." "Well, old Hua, Fang Yuqi, since you are so capable, you can do the operation today." "I won't do it." Lu Fei took off his mask and gloves angrily and threw them beside the operating table. Fang Yuqi looked at him and said coldly, "Lu Fei, you really don't deserve to be a doctor." Hua Zi had no time to pay attention to Lu Fei. He opened the pot and fed Feng Zixiong spoonfuls of the medicine juice with a spoon. Lu Fei looked at Fang Yuqi and said angrily, "It seems that you are not willing to be an assistant. Don't think you can replace me like this. I tell you, when today's operation is over, you can't even be a doctor." Fang Yuqi said lightly, "I don't care. I only know that I am still a doctor and I have to be responsible for my patients." She turned to the others in the operating room and said, "I hope you can cooperate with me to complete the next operation. No matter what happens, I promise to take responsibility alone." "You don't need to take any responsibility. What we have to do now is to try our best to save people. Dr. Fang, we all listen to you." The others said in unison. "Good, very good. You are going to rebel, aren't you?" Seeing that he had lost control of the operating room, Lu Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed to Fang Yuqi and Hua Zi and cried, "Wait and see. I'll go to the director and sue you now." With that, he stormed out of the operating room. Outside the operating room, a group of policemen were waiting anxiously. Feng Ziying was worried about his brother, and Nalan Wuxia and the others were worried about their comrades. When they saw Lu Fei coming out of the operating room, they immediately surrounded him. Feng Ziying said, "Dr. Lu, how is my brother? Does that pot of traditional Chinese medicine work?" Lu Fei said with a dark face, "Did you find old Hua?" Feng Ziying was stunned and said, "What's wrong, Dr. Lu? Didn't we agree to give my brother traditional Chinese medicine within an hour?" Lu Fei wanted to get angry, but he didn't dare to in front of so many policemen. Finally, he said with a dark face, "Since you believe in traditional Chinese medicine, let it save your brother. From now on, whatever happens in the operating room has nothing to do with me." With that, he left without looking back, ignoring Feng Ziying's shouts. "Captain Nalan, Dr. Tang, what does Dr. Lu mean?" Nalan Wuxia said, "Don't worry about him. I believe Zixiong will be fine." Qin Haodong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as he drinks that medicine, your brother will be fine." Feng Ziying nodded. Now that things had come to this, he could only pray and wait. On the other side, in the director's office, Lu Fei said angrily, "Director, I want to complain about Hua Zi and Fang Yuqi. They've gone too far. They don't take the rules of the hospital seriously at all." Director Zhang Lijun sat behind his desk, put down the teacup in his hand, looked at the emotional Lu Fei and said, "Dr. Lu, don't worry. Sit down and talk about it slowly. Lu Fei was the attending physician of the surgery department of their hospital. His surgical skills were very high, and he attached great importance to him. With that, he asked Lu Fei to sit on the sofa opposite him and then asked, although old Hua is a little stubborn, he works in the traditional Chinese medicine department and doesn't interfere with your Western medicine department at all. How did he offend you? Besides, isn't Fang Yuqi your assistant? Why do you want to complain about her? Lu Fei said emotionally, Director, you don't know that I was performing a very important operation just now, but old Hua took advantage of his seniority and went too far. He brought his traditional Chinese medicine to my operating table and wanted to give it to my patient who was about to be operated on. Is that so? Zhang Lijun frowned slightly. Hua Zi used to be his father's subordinate and had saved his father's life, so he had always been very tolerant of Hua Zi. That was why the traditional Chinese medicine department had been preserved. But he hadn't expected that the old man would go too far. Lu Fei continued, Director, if people knew that our Guanren hospital gave traditional Chinese medicine to a patient on the operating table, we would definitely be laughed at by our peers and seriously affect our hospital's reputation. More importantly, the patient's life was in danger and he could die at any time, but I couldn't stop him. At the critical moment, Fang Yuqi stood on old Hua's side and said that if I didn't save him, she would save him. If I didn't do the operation, she would do it. How could she be an assistant? I really had no choice but to report to you. We can't let them fool around, or it will seriously affect our hospital's reputation. That's too much. After hearing Lu Fei's words, Zhang Lijun's face changed greatly. He jumped up from his chair and said, Let's go and see what these people want. This is still a hospital, not a place. How can they do this? Director, you must not be polite this time, or our hospital will really be in chaos in the future. Lu Fei followed Zhang Lijun with a smug smile. He continued to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to seize this opportunity to completely bring down the traditional Chinese medicine department. Chapter 372. Thinking of this, he was not so angry. On the contrary, he was secretly happy. By making such a scene, he not only pushed away the responsibility for the risky operation, but also gave him a chance to clean up his old enemy. After such a big thing, it was estimated that Zhang Lijun would no longer care about face this time. He would definitely give Hua Zi a hard time and completely uproot the department of traditional Chinese medicine. Such a modern hospital should not have such a department without any scientific basis. After Lu Fei left, everyone in the operating room turned their attention to the pot of traditional Chinese medicine in Hua Zi's hand. They wondered if it could bring miracles to the patient. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When Hua Zi finished the medicine in his hand, the heart monitor next to him began to change. The heartbeat curve, which had been almost in a straight line, suddenly began to change, and it beat more and more vigorously. 5 minutes later, Feng Zixiong's heart rate curve was no different from that of a normal person. Everyone's eyes widened, including Hua Zi. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A minute ago, they saw clearly what kind of state Hua Zi was in. He was really in danger and his heart could stop beating at any time. But now, after drinking the pot of black medicine soup, his heart was beating more normally than a normal person's. What on earth was he drinking? Was it traditional Chinese medicine or magic soup? Fang Yuqi was the first to recover from the shock. She said to Hua Zi, Mr. Hua, what kind of medicine is this? How can it have such a great effect on the heart? It's a miracle. Hua Zi said, I don't have this ability. This is traditional Chinese medicine made by Tang Feng. It's called pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup. Its effect is really amazing. It deserves the word magic. Amazing, it's amazing. I never thought that traditional Chinese medicine could have such a great effect. As a surgeon, Fang Yuqi didn't really reject traditional Chinese medicine, but she didn't believe in it either. This pot of medicine soup had completely changed her mind. Dr. Zhang, hurry up with the operation. I don't know how long this pot of medicine soup will last. We have to save the patient as soon as possible. Hua Ziyan certainly wouldn't leave before the operation was over. Although Fang Yuqi had just said that she would take responsibility for the operation, how could he blame it on a young man? If the operation was unsuccessful, he would bear all the responsibility. Don't worry, old man. According to the patient's current condition, the success rate of the surgery is at least 90%, or even 100%. Fang Yuqi was full of confidence. Holding the scalpel in her hand, there was a fiery look in her eyes. In fact, her surgical skills were not low, but she was too inexperienced and was suppressed by Lu Fei, so she could only play the role of an assistant. Today, she finally had the opportunity to show her skills. With the cooperation of other medical staff, the surgery began in an orderly manner. Outside the operating room, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. Zhang Lijun was in front, Lu Fei was behind him, and there were a few more people in charge of other hospitals next to them. All of them looked serious and even angry. Dean, do you smell it? This is a modern hospital, yet the entire corridor is filled with the smell of Chinese medicine. How are other patients going to see this? Lu Fei seized every opportunity to discredit traditional Chinese medicine and add fuel to the fire for Hua Ziyan. Hearing the voice, Nalan Wuxia and the others immediately looked back. Seeing Lu Fei and the others, Qin Haodong immediately understood what was going on. Now it was not convenient for him to attract too much attention, so he whispered in Nalan Wuxia's ear, now is the critical moment of the operation. These people are here to make trouble. We must stop them. Nalan Wuxia understood and waved her hand. She said to her policeman, guard the operating room. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Lu Fei trotted ahead of Zhang Lijun and said to Nalan Wuxia and the others, make way, everyone. We're going in. Feng Ziying didn't like the doctor who ran away. If it weren't for the influence, he would have pressed Lu Fei to the ground and kicked him hard. He said with a cold face, what are you going to do? My brother is having an operation. If you want to go in, you have to wait until the operation is over. With the dean behind him, Lu Fei was much more confident. He shouted, although you are policemen, this is the operating room of our hospital. You have no right to stop us from going in. Get out of the way. Nalan Wuxia said, Dr. Lu, although this is your hospital, our policemen are lying inside. No one can go in before the operation is over. You. Lu Fei wanted to get angry, but he saw the warning on Nalan Wuxia's shoulder. He calmed down and said, Officer, you still don't know that those people are playing with the lives of your policemen inside. I'm going in to stop them. You don't have to worry about that. Nalan Wuxia said sarcastically, I remember Dr. Lu just said that no matter what happens inside, it has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to worry about it. You. In the face of Nalan Wuxia, who didn't give him any face, Lu Fei had no choice but to turn back to Zhang Lijun and several hospital leaders and say, Director, these people don't agree with us to stop this operation. Zhang Lijun couldn't do anything in the face of the angry policeman. He glanced around and suddenly saw Wang Jianfeng standing next to him with his hands behind his back. They had dealt with each other several times before, so they were familiar with each other. He stepped forward and said, Director Wang, I didn't expect you to be here. Wang Jianfeng said, it's our policemen who are injured inside. Zhang Lijun said, Director Wang, to tell you the truth, there has never been an operation like this in our hospital. I don't think it's appropriate. We must stop it. As soon as he said this, Wang Jianfeng interrupted him and said, Director Zhang, I don't care whether there is a precedent or not. I just want to ask, if the operation is stopped, what are the chances of my people surviving? Zhang Lijun turned to look at Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei was the attending doctor, and he knew the condition of the injured best. Well, there is basically no chance of survival. Lu Fei quickly explained, but this has nothing to do with stopping the operation. Before I came out, the patient's heart was about to stop beating. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a figure rushing over and punching him hard in the face. It was Feng Ziying who did it. He grabbed Lu Fei's collar and scolded, "Bastard, my brother's life is in danger inside. As the attending doctor, you actually ran out. If anything happens to my brother, I will never forgive you." After that, he punched Lu Fei in the face several times in a row, making his nose and face swollen. "Help! Director, help!" Lu Fei covered his face and asked Zhang Lijun for help. Nalan Wuxia waved her hand, and several people immediately went up and pulled Feng Ziying back. Although she also hated this irresponsible Lu Fei, after all, Feng Ziying was a policeman. It was not good to be too impulsive. Although Feng Ziying was pulled back, he still looked at Lu Fei with fire in his eyes. Lu Fei dared not look at him at all. He turned to Zhang Lijun and said, "Director, it's not that I don't want to save people, but they don't do what I ask at all." Zhang Lijun frowned and said, "Lu Fei, no matter what the reason is, as an attending doctor, you can't just let go of the treatment process, can you?" He reprimanded Lu Fei, but it was just a formality. Today, it was Hua Ziyan and Fang Yuqi who were responsible. Turning back, Zhang Lijun said to Wang Jianfeng, "Director Wang, although the injured are now your policemen, you should not interfere with the treatment of our hospital. If so, you will have to bear the consequences independently." Nalan Wuxia had told Wang Jianfeng that Tang Feng was Qin Haodong. She had 100% trust in Qin Haodong's medical skills, so she said without hesitation, "Director Zhang, don't worry. I will bear all the consequences. There is only one condition. You can't disturb the treatment inside now." Seeing that Wang Jianfeng had said this, Zhang Lijun naturally could not say anything more. He could only wait outside the operating room. Lu Fei wiped his swollen face, leaned over to Zhang Lijun, and whispered, "Director, it's not my fault. They forced me out of the operating room." Zhang Lijun did not speak, but nodded slightly, which made Lu Fei feel a lot more at ease. Time ticked by, and soon, everyone had been waiting for a full hour. Just when everyone was getting a little restless, the red light above the operating theater suddenly went off. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This meant that the operation was over, but they did not know the result. The operation ended so quickly. The injured must have died on the operating table. "You didn't listen to me. Now you're dumbfounded." Lu Fei hid and muttered to himself, showing a trace of schadenfreude. But now his face was swollen, which made him look very strange. No wonder he thought so. Generally speaking, such a big operation would take at least 2 or 3 hours. Now it was over in an hour. From a normal point of view, there would be no good result. Under the gaze of everyone around, the door of the operating room slowly opened, and a figure rushed out. After a short pause, he rushed straight to Qin Haodong. It was Tang Ziyan. He took Qin Haodong's hand and said excitedly, "Dr. Tang, where did you get this prescription?" He had just seen the magical effect of the pulse-warming, heart-nourishing soup in the operating room, and he was already very excited. As soon as the door of the operating room opened, he immediately came over to ask what had happened. Qin Haodong naturally could not explain the source of this prescription. Just then, Lu Fei rushed over, pointed to Hua Ziyan and said, "Dr. Hua, I have long said that traditional Chinese medicine is not reliable, and that we should believe in Western medicine, which represents science. But you had to give the patient Chinese medicine on the operating table. Now you regret it, don't you?" He saw Hua Ziyan's excited look and thought that he wanted to blame Qin Haodong for the failure of the operation. Not only him, but many people had the same idea. Hua Zi and looked back at Lu Fei and said, I do regret it, but what I regret is that I didn't slap you. You have forgotten your ancestors, and insulted the treasures left by our ancestors again and again. Lu Fei did not show weakness and cried, Hua Zi, and you still don't realize your mistake after making such a big mistake. How dare you be so stubborn? Chapter 373. Hua Zi's expression changed and he said, Now I remember. Lu Fei, you are the doctor in charge of this operation. Can't you take some responsibility? Old Hua, now you remember that I am the doctor in charge. Do you want to beg me? Lu Fei said proudly, Everyone has just heard me. I made it very clear that no matter what happened, this operation has nothing to do with me. His voice was loud and his tone was firm, so that everyone present could hear him clearly. Qin Haodong was amused. The old man looked honest, but he was actually an old fox. With just a few words, he had made Lu Fei run around and completely blocked his way out. A playful smile appeared on Hua Zi's old face and he said jokingly, I'm relieved. Otherwise, I would be afraid that you would take the credit. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ziying, who was next to him, couldn't help but get nervous. He stepped forward and said nervously, Old master, do you mean my brother? Hua Zi and glanced at him and then at Nalan Wuxia and the others, who looked nervous. He said, I have good news. Just now, Dr. Tang Feng of our consulting room contributed a dose of magic Chinese medicine, which made the operation very smooth and successful. The patient is now out of danger and is expected to wake up soon. This operation was very difficult. The success was due to Dr. Tang's Chinese medicine, which protected the patient's heart. Although Dr. Tang was not in the operating room, he was the biggest contributor. Speaking of this, he turned to Lu Fei and said, The success of this operation is not only a miracle for our Guanren hospital, but also a miracle in the history of human medicine. I believe that our hospital will reward you according to your contribution later. Dr. Lu is really noble and selfless. He will never take credit for anything that is not his own. Lu Fei's face changed again and again, and his brain was spinning rapidly. Could it be that the man had really been saved? Impossible, that was impossible. Thinking of Feng Zixiong's heart, which had almost stopped beating, he immediately realized that Hua Zi was setting him up. There was absolutely no credit for him to take, but a big black pot waiting for him. Thinking of this, he said with a smile, Old Hua, do you think I'm a fool? Do you want me to take responsibility with you? Don't even think about it. When I left the operating room, the patient was already on the verge of death. His heart could stop beating at any time. In such a situation, there was almost no possibility of him surviving. In just 1 hour, you said that the operation was successful and he was out of danger. Aren't you trying to fool a fool? I think he's dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge fist appear in front of him, and then it smashed into his face with a bang. This punch was so powerful that it directly knocked him to the ground. 2 streams of blood spurted out of his nostrils. It was Feng Ziying. He glared at Lu Fei and shouted, As a doctor, you're not happy to hear that my brother is fine. Instead, you curse him to die. Are you still human? Do you still have any medical ethics? Me. Lu Fei's nose and mouth were bleeding, but he couldn't say anything. What he said just now was a bit too much. Even Zhang Lijun looked at him with dissatisfaction. At this time, Fang Yuqi also came out of the operating room, followed by 2 nurses pushing Feng Zixiong on the bed. Seeing Zhang Lijun also appear at the door of the operating room, Fang Yuqi was slightly stunned. Director? Then she immediately understood. Lu Fei said that he was going to complain to the director. It seemed that he had really gone and moved the director to the operating room. Dr. Fang, what the hell is going on? Zhang Lijun's tone was full of dissatisfaction. He also didn't believe everything Hua Ziyan had just said. In his opinion, traditional Chinese medicine was good for treating minor illnesses such as colds and fevers, but it couldn't be of much help in surgery. Feng Yuqi said, "Director, I had a disagreement with Dr. Liu during the operation. As an assistant, I completed the operation. It's my fault. No matter how the hospital deals with it, I have no opinion." Her attitude was sincere, but Hua Ziyan didn't care. He stepped forward and said, "What's the punishment? You've successfully completed this epic surgery and saved a life. At the same time, you've also redeemed the reputation of our hospital. Not only can you not be punished for such a great contribution, but you should also be rewarded heavily." Zhang Lijun looked at him doubtfully and asked, "You mean, the patient was really saved?" Hua Ziyan said, "Of course it's true. I won't lie casually." Zhang Lijun still didn't believe it and turned to look at Feng Yuqi. Feng Yuqi also nodded and said, "Yes, Director. The operation was very successful. The patient is completely out of danger. It's really a success." "That's great, that's really great." Hearing the news, the policemen gathered around cheered. They had thought the operation had failed and Feng Zixiong was dead, so no one dared to approach the bed. Feng Ziying burst into tears of joy and immediately rushed to the bed. The frightened nurses hurried to stop him. "The patient has just had an operation. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Don't touch him." Feng Ziying looked at his brother in the hospital bed. Although his face was still a little pale, his breathing was steady. He was indeed alive. He couldn't help but be too happy to speak. "Impossible, it's impossible. You must be lying." Lu Fei got up from the ground and strode to the bed. When he saw Feng Zixiong breathing normally, his face became paler than Feng Zixiong's after the operation. Only then did he realize that Hua Ziyan had not lied to him. He had really given up a great credit. But he couldn't understand how Feng Zixiong could be saved in that situation. But the impossible was right in front of him. After the shock, great remorse rose from the bottom of his heart. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wanted to slap himself in the face immediately. A hero policeman who had arrested a suspect and a dying patient who had been stabbed in the heart by a dagger. Rescuing a patient in this situation would undoubtedly become a great medical miracle and the focus of public opinion. No matter who completed such an operation, they would receive limitless glory and great praise. Money, fame, and everything else would be at their fingertips. All of this should have belonged to him. He was the attending doctor, but he was like a moron. He had repeatedly distanced himself from the operation and repeatedly stated that he would not take any responsibility. Now, the medical miracle and the doctor's honor had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he really felt heartache. After being stunned for a long time, Lu Fei finally raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Then he squatted in the corner and cried. What the hell was going on? Such a great merit was actually kicked away by him. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Nailan Wuxia, Wang Jianfeng, and others were happy that Feng Zixiong had been successfully rescued. Zhang Lijun was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. As a private hospital, Guanren Hospital had never been able to compete with large public hospitals such as Jiangnan Hospital. However, with the success of this operation, the reputation of their hospital would be greatly enhanced in the future. It would also let people see the strength of their hospital. Dr. Feng, you did a good job. You are the pride of our hospital. Zhang Lijun said with a smile, from today on, you are officially the chief physician of the surgery department, and Lu Fei will be your assistant. After crying for a long time, Lu Fei's mood had just improved a little. When he heard this, he cried even more sadly. Damn it, is there anything more painful than this? He went to complain about them and finally got the dean to come. Instead of bringing down Feng Yuqi and Hua Ziyan, he lost his position as a chief physician. But before he finished crying, he heard Fong Yuqi say, "Thank you, Director, but I don't want to use him as my assistant. I don't feel comfortable with a doctor like him who has no patience in his eyes and can run away at any time on the operating table." Damn it. Lu Fei suddenly felt like he had been F***ed. He was also a dignified surgeon. An hour ago, he was still the director of surgery, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen to the point where he could not even be used as an assistant. Was there anything more tragic than this? Zhang Lijun turned to look at Hua Ziyan and said, "Mr. Hua, you have done a lot of work this time. I misunderstood traditional Chinese medicine and treated the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine poorly. From today on, the hospital will increase investment in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, develop traditional Chinese medicine in our hospital, and strive to find an innovative way of combining traditional Chinese and Western medicine." Hua Ziyan's face was full of joy. His dream was to develop and strengthen the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Now the day had finally come. He said, "Director, all the credit belongs to Dr. Tang. I dare not compete for it." Without his prescription, the operation would not have been successful. He looked back for Qin Haodong, but he didn't see him. Qin Haodong came to the hospital undercover. He didn't want to be in the limelight or take credit, so he naturally left. "Director, Dr. Tang seems to have left." Hua Ziyan couldn't help sighing. He has such good medical skills at such a young age, and the rarest thing is that he is not arrogant. "Director, Dr. Tang is definitely a talent of our hospital. You must keep him. I don't have many years to live. In the future, we will have to rely on young people like him to develop traditional Chinese medicine in our hospital." At this time, he already had the idea of training Qin Haodong as an heir. Zhang Lijun said in surprise, "Who is Dr. Tang? Why didn't I notice such an excellent talent before?" Hua Ziyan said, "Dr. Tang's name is Tang Feng. Today is his first day at work. He was introduced by Hao yesterday. He said he was his friend. Hao did a good job this time. He found a rare talent for our hospital." Hearing that this excellent Dr. Tang was found by his son, Zhang Lijun also showed a smile of relief and said, "I'll find time to talk to Dr. Tang in a few days." When things were done here, he took his people back to his office. Feng Zixiong was out of danger. Wang Jianfeng and Nalan Wuxia also left the hospital with their people, leaving only Feng Ziying. There was no clue about the serial murder case, and they still had a lot to do. Hua Ziyan hurried back to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and saw Qin Haodong sitting in a chair, leisurely drinking tea. "Boy, why did you come back? Do you know how rare today's opportunity is? If you can get the appreciation of the director, then you will have a meteoric rise in our hospital in the future. Our traditional Chinese medicine clinic." Hua Ziyan was talking non-stop. Qin Haodong seemed to be prepared. He picked up a piece of A4 paper from the table and handed it to him, saying, "Old Hua, are you interested in the formula of the pulse-warming and heart-nourishing soup?" "Yes. Yes. I have it." At this time, Hua Ziyan's expression was like that of a prisoner who had been in prison for 10 years and suddenly saw a naked beauty. He stared at the formula in Qin Haodong's hand without blinking. "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."